Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this regular call meeting of the Bedford County School Board for March the 10th, 2022 to order. Ms. Johnson, will you please read the roll?
Mrs. Kirby?
Here.
Mr. Hill?
Here.
Mr. Daniels?
Here.
Mrs. Hairston?
Here.
Mr. Holbrook?
Here.
Dr. Mealy?
Here.
Mr. Nelms?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Nelms, is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Second by Mr. Nelms. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion we go in closed session pursuant to
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by
Miss-
Ms. Hairston. Sorry, I can't see down there. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're now in closed session. Do I have a motion to come out of closed meeting?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Harrison. Do I have a second? Second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We're out of closed session. Ms. Johnson, will you certify?
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and where Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes.
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 Do I have a motion regarding student number 9 for the school year 2017 to 2018?
Madam Chair, I make a recommendation that we accept the superintendent's recommendation.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Tonight we have a presentation from Mr. Davis of Job Corps. Mr. Davis, thank you for coming.
Good evening.
Name.
First of all, I have to open up and say I'm very humbled and excited at the exact same time. So it's been like 41 years since I was here on the stage in a play. And so I came in and looked and says, man, the stage is just as big now as it was when I was that young. So I'm really excited. And I want to thank you. I'm humbly want to thank you for allowing me to be here tonight, this evening. Couple of things I'm going to tell you from, very brief, very brief. I'll put the brochure on your table there, and I'm going to allow you to read over that, when I'm gone. And so, but let me tell you a little bit about Job Corps and what we do. We're a trade school. We're located in Monroe, Virginia. We've been in the Job Corps, been around about 57 years. Being a trade school, meaning this is that our primary goal is to do wraparound services with school systems. In other words, for that at-risk youth or that young person that, that's Pell eligible, that wants a trade and don't want to go to college. Now, if they want to go to college, I got another brochure on the table. I'll explain that in a minute also. But our primary goal is just as simple, is do whatever we can do to get our Virginia back to work, the young people in this area to work in those necessary trades like carpentry and plumbing, painting, CNA, CMAs, those type of trades. Guess what? We need those. We need those skills. But the reason I'm so excited about this program here being in Bedford County, we have one goal here tonight. I have one goal, is that as we train those young people, for them to be retained here in this area. And so the way we do that is this: we also wrap around and create partnerships with your businesses here in the area. In other words, we promote those businesses back to that young person. Say, look, this person's paying X amount of money. Let me give you an example. If you look at this brochure right here, this brochure right here was created in partnership with BWX and CVCC. It talks primarily what BWX needed at the time and still needs, like welding, machine shops, people like the HVAC people. They said, look, can you help us promote this program? Well, those that know about BWX, a very stringent process of getting in there. And so I told Nat Marshall, I says, Nat, maybe I might get you 1 or 2 students a year just because of background checks and stuff like that. His exact words were, hey, if I can get 1 or 2, it's more than what I normally would have. And so 1 or 2 more than what he would have. So my goal tonight is this, is that you realize that Old Dominion, although we're a little ways away, but we also have put together a game plan that pick up and drop off here in the county. In other words, we're working on different locations because it would be a bus, so we got to make sure we can turn a bus around, pick up and drop off properly and safely. But our primary goal is doing that, making sure that a young person, if they want to go into a trade, then we can allow them to go into the trade. One thing I have not said is this: our program's free. is registered through the Department of Labor, so therefore a young person that's Pell eligible or a certain income bracket, guess what? We can help them get into that program. One of the things I want to close with is this. Notice I'm pretty quick, so if any answers question you have is this. One thing I want to close with is this. I'm very excited about working with Bedford County. I've been with Miss McNeely already at the Bridges School. Phenomenal program. I mean, absolutely phenomenal staff. I've seen Trevor at several meetings already. So you have some great people here in the county. And my primary focus is how can we, as Old Dominion, do more to support. And so therefore, if there's any questions, I'm willing to answer any questions, but I'm not going to read to you what's on there. But if there's any questions while I'm here, I'd much rather spend that time there. Yes, sir.
Mr. Davis, as far as transportation, I heard you say a bus.
Yes, sir.
Does that include all 3 of our high schools? So no matter where our
We're
students
gonna-
are?
That's a very good question. More than likely, we have to find one location that's going to be able to cater to. I know you have Stanton River out there, so we would have to look at one location. And we're still following on a couple of COVID guidelines because of DOL. Like here, we're unmasked. On center, we're masked because they're federal guidelines we still have to follow. But we have a couple of ideas of where we want to do the location, but it's on the table for discussion, what would be centrally located that makes sense, because this is new to us. I thank you for that question. Any other questions?
Is it possible that we could do a site visit just to check out the facility?
We can do a virtual visit. Let me tell you a couple of quick things. We're offering the non-res program right now. In other words, we would pick them up, drop them off. They go to school during the day, go to trade during the day. We don't have a start and stop date. In other words, we don't follow a typical calendar year because we're a trade school. As a young person come in, they can complete the program at their own pace. Now, they have a 2-year window, but still, in that 2 years, they can complete the program, at their own pace. So therefore, with that being said, is that the non-res program is what we're highlighting for the next 2 years. We have a lot of construction, about $7 million worth of construction, buildings that we did not even use during COVID. Now it's required to do some construction, DOL has approved them. And so therefore, what's going to happen is this, as far as a tour, we can do virtual tours. And if you look at that, it's a QR code on the back of that. It'll also take you to the site where you go to jobcorps.org and you can actually see the facility. And I can email you an actual virtual tour. My telephone number and everything, contact information is on that flyer. I can send you a virtual tour. But at one point, we were actually doing breakfasts. Part of the tour, we call them community relationship breakfasts. And so therefore, then you could get the tour. But those days are coming. As soon as we can get the green light, like the public schools, we'll definitely have them for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So this is for students. Really can't hear me? All right.
Yes, sir.
Most of the time, they don't want to hear me.
I want to hear you.
So this is for students after high school, correct?
Yes.
So this does not compete with our Susie G. Gibson programs.
None.
This is an added bonus afterwards.
Yes, after high school.
So it does require a high school diploma or GED. I see it
No.
on.
Now, that's a very good question, leading question. Let's say they don't have that item. We can help them get that item. It could be a GED or a high school diploma. Thank you for that question. That's a very good question. I like this part better than reading this to you. It opens up more discussion. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I just want to follow up with what Mr. Hill said. So, because it says who's eligible.
Yes.
That you must have that GED. So is there?
For the college program.
Oh, for the college program.
Yeah, see, here's the
Okay.
thing. This is a college program.
Okay.
But for Job Corps itself, you do not.
Okay. And so what, is there a point at which if I don't have a diploma, suppose I only have 10 credits toward is there at any point where it's too
10 credits towards the
low?
graduation of high school or college?
High school.
High school, we help them.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. We'll help them get that. And our classroom size is a little bit smaller and it's self-paced. And you've heard TABE scores? We'll take them to a TABE score process first to see where they are, and then we can specialize that need for that young person. And it might take them a lot longer than normal to get that high school diploma or GED, but that's okay. Any other questions? Well, look, I appreciate the opportunity of being here, and if you need anything, my contact information is right there. One of the things I will close with, if you notice on your table, there's an Old Dominion Job Corps tumbler. We give these out for a reason. We want you to really think about Old Dominion as being the first choice as far as trade schools in our area. If you think about it, while you're having your cup of coffee and says, hey, look, I think this kid might be qualified for Job Corps, please give me a call. I'm also going to be bringing some water bottles on Tuesday of next week, a lot of water bottles. Enough, here's a question about the high schools, you will have enough for seniors, every senior, literally, every senior. And so, and some other extras if you want to send them somewhere else. And so, but we do want to cater to that group that's out there that want to trade. And if they want to go to college, we're willing to help them too if they're Pell eligible. If there's no other questions, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. Yes, ma'am. No, go ahead. Auto, huge. Auto is the largest, and I think what's going to take place is that the auto industry is changing, and our auto program has always had the most students. I mean, at one point prior to COVID, 35, and we had to have 2 instructors, and we have a full automotive bay, just like the Snap-on, with several bays actually, and we had another one added on prior to COVID and then didn't get to use it. You know what I'm saying? But auto is the biggest one. And we're a co-ed facility, so therefore there's no one trade for one gender or not. It's all across the board. Oh, thank you.
Any more questions for Mr. Davis? Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Have
it.
a good evening. Thank you.
Dr. Mealy, I don't think your mic is on. If you push your button to get the green, there you go. Thank you. Well, I can hear it because I'm right here.
Can you all hear me? No. Now. Hello? Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you.
Moving on to item 4.01, I guess. We have discussed briefly that, well, back before COVID, actually, we were discussing updating our bylaws because they are very much so out of date. And COVID hit and we were meeting by Zoom and it kind of got pushed to the wayside, and I'd like to bring these back up. We have in your folders that you got last month that were at your desk, we had the current bylaws that we're standing on. We had some that Dr. Mealy had updated for us. That was in there. And we have the norms and protocols that we did in our work session just a few months ago. And after talking to our attorney, and I think we've all kind of agreed to this, I'm just trying to get everybody on the same page, that we don't have to have bylaws and policies and procedures, policies and procedures, that we can combine them into one. And I think we're all in agreement of combining them into one policy and procedure as opposed to bylaws. Is that correct?
For me, yeah.
I would support that.
Okay. How, looking at this, to create one document, we have these documents here, we have, in our policies and procedures, you have section B, which is policies and procedures that we have to follow by. To combine all of those into one document, how would y'all suggest we go about getting everyone's suggestion?
Well, we could do it like maybe, I'm just picking a number here because I don't remember how many pages, but, 10 pages at a time, or so many sections at a time.
Okay. Or, I'll tell you what my idea was too, because this is going to be a work in progress. This isn't going to happen in the next couple of weeks. If everybody could have time to go through them this month, then next month cross out what you don't want, circle what you want to keep. If you have any suggestions, write them in the margins, give them to me, I'll accumulate them, and we'll try to I'll get a draft out. Would that work?
That certainly is an option. I guess for me, I was thinking at some point getting together and as a group, as a whole, and perhaps maybe talking about having discussion perhaps further on it. I certainly think having the opportunity to go through them and dividing them the way you said, Madam Chairman, is a great ideal. I'm just wondering also if we couldn't have another step in there where we are all together, maybe discussing certain documents or discussing it, taking questions that we may have, needing further clarification maybe, particularly with some of our new board members. Coming together as a group might be beneficial.
We combine the two options and take 10 pages at a time per meeting, cross out, circle, have discussion publicly, what we want to add and remove.
That'll be fine with me. So you want to start next month and start with, so do we want to start with the old bylaws? Do we want to start with the new ones? And figure out how we're going to add everything in there together? Yes, ma'am.
I would tell you that when I redid them, I went by the old bylaws, so I think, and it's been a long time since I've actually gotten into those documents again, so you might look as you're going through, because I tried to go off of the old ones in creating the new ones, so you might see a lot of repetition there, and, you know, it might be easier to check the new document, because that's been updated versus the old one, but they should be kind of the same. There should be a lot of things that are the same.
Okay.
That's just information for everyone.
Then the new ones, see, we're looking at a 21-page document. So you want to do, but the cover is also counting as 1. And citations is counting as 2, table of contents is 3, and 4, 5. So the actual document is 6 through 21. Do you want to say we'll talk through pages 6 through 13 next month? Johnson, will you make a note of that for our agenda for next month? Okay.
6 through 13, Madam Chairman?
6 through 13 of the proposed draft that you did back, what was that, 2 years ago? And everybody should have had you guys got a copy of it. Okay.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
so after we take those steps and we are looking at those pages, just help walk me through what our next step would be. We would come together as a group to go over it, or are we simply going to
We'll
give
go
the
through-
document
we'll
to
go
you?
through- I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I was just wondering, will we just forward to you the corrections or additions that we want, what changes that we're recommending? Or do we come together as a group to discuss what our recommendations and changes are? if any?
We're going to put it on the agenda and we'll discuss it at the next meeting.
Okay,
And then we'll go from there. And then I'll try to get a draft done from what we discuss. And then see, next month's April, then the May meeting we'll do 14 through 21. And then after that one, then I'll do a rough draft to get to everyone and we'll review it again.
I'm just wondering, and I don't mean to labor this discussion, but I guess I'm just, I know the benefits of us working together as a group, and certainly I don't want to add any more to our tables. We have had a number of meetings, but I'm just wondering if we could potentially carve out another date where we all could come together and, as a group, and discuss it. Just an ideal that I had. I think it's just kind of great having that dialogue among each other.
What does everyone think? I mean, this is a time to discuss what we think. Do we want to have a work session for this? Or do we want to talk about it in 2 sections at the next 2 meetings?
Madam Chairman, I have
Yes,
a
ma'am.
question. Would we be able to limit our agenda in any way to allow a large block of time to have that discussion? When we're looking at April, I guess, and May?
Now, do you have a working copy of the agenda already, Ms. Johnson?
Not put it together yet, although we do have a list, the executive team has a list of what is planned to be on the agendas for future months, and I can send that out to the board, what's on the agendas, or what's planned to be on the agendas for the future months. Again, it's not complete, because that's a working document also as we get closer to the meeting dates, but I can send that out to the board tomorrow.
Okay. What does anyone else think? What do you think, Mr. Hill?
I can go either way. I do not want VSBA involved again.
Understood.
I can go for a day where we knock it out. I like the idea of putting it on the agenda. We have discussions around it. You can do it either way. If we're ready to get it done, we have one session, knock it out, vote on it the next month is complete. But, now you're looking at June, the way we're proposing to do it, you're looking at June before we even have a draft, and then it would be a July meeting before we vote on it. So if we're looking to get this thing solidified and voted on, I say let's look at the calendar, get a date.
Well, everybody look at your calendars then. Let's see what we can come up with. Do we want to do early April and look through them the end of this month? Mid-April? Let's see, I know we have spring break week, so let's leave that open.
Madam Chairman, I think that's a great ideal, giving us time to look over them and then coming together. Certainly, spring break is April the 11th, I believe.
Would you want to do, I'm just kind of glancing at my calendar, and I know spring break is the week of the 11th through the 15th, correct?
Yes.
How about the 20th?
That's what I was looking at, the 20th. How does that work?
Are we
for
on the
everyone?
same page? That's awesome.
April 20th work for everyone?
I don't know if it does for me, Madam Chairman.
Okay.
And I've got, I can go check one other thing and let you know. I can't do it right here, but,
Okay, how about if we pencil in April the 20th for the first date, and then April the 27th for the second date? And then once we get confirmation from everyone's calendar, will that work? And then we'll advertise accordingly?
yeah, I know I'm not available on the 27th, for
So
sure.
you know you're not available on 27th?
Right, for sure.
Okay. So what would be your next date?
My next date would be, the first time I would be free would be May the 6th.
Could y'all be free May the 6th as a backup date? Okay. April 20th is the first date, May 6th is the second date.
That'll be a fun Friday night.
Oh, is that a Friday?
Yeah.
Oh, let's not do that. I'm trying to read my son's tennis schedule too, so. May the 11th?
That's right before a board meeting.
Okay, then we won't do that.
Yeah.
How about if we go with April the 20th and see what happens, and then we'll change if need be.
April 20th And anything else, or just April?
Yeah, if it does not work, then we'll adjust. But
Okay.
at this point, let's set it for April 20th.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
would you like staff present? Would you like that meeting to be?
There's no need for, it's just for us for the bylaws.
Do you have
But
a
of course,
a preferred location that we can prepare for the board?
You want to say our regular meeting room just for a work session? Moving on to staff reports. Item 5.01, SOL testing update. Mr. Dewis.
Thank you. At a previous meeting, there was some discussion about the spring SOL testing schedule. And so Mr. Blankenship largely pulled together a lot of information that I'll share with you tonight just to, as an update on what that process will look like this spring. And then he and I both are here for questions if needed. Let me get the So the SOL testing begins with writing tests in grades 8 and end of course, EOC, that's in 11th grade, for in English classes where writing is really focused on. Those are 2 checkpoints for actual writing tests in our testing schedule. The window has opened already and will close April 8th. And so our schools, I'm not sure they started yet, but they will soon. It's a 2-day test, the writing test, 1 day for a multiple choice section and 1 day for a direct writing section. The non-writing tests are more numerous. Grades 3 through 8 and also end of course high school tests are included in that category. The window that the state sets is April 11th to June 24th to enable schools that end before Memorial Day and those who go on after all to fit within that time frame. Our window will be April 18th after spring break through the end of the school year. SOL tests are being rethought, and now 400 remains as it has all along, a passing scaled score. If scores are lower than that, however, students can still earn credit, and schools then earn credit for that SOL test if, because their vertical scaled score will be compared to spring 2021 scores. So growth can be measured. So if a student scaled score in 1 year is lower and then the next year is higher, if the growth is enough, that also can count as a good thing for schools, just as a passing score can. In high school end of course, and that's largely in grades 3 to 8, where you can compare one grade level, and there is annual testing. In high school end of course tests, the course tests are course specific, and students who have already earned a verified credit, which means passing the class and passing the test, in a required subject area do not take an end of course test. So, for example, when students pass a biology SOL test in course, they may take chemistry, but they wouldn't necessarily need to take a chemistry SOL test. Same in math and other areas. The testing, especially in grades 3 to 8, is computer adaptive testing. That means tests, of course, are administered online. Tests can be shorter in length when they're in this format because questions are based on previous responses and are randomly assigned. So the student has shown mastery in an area, the test just moves on automatically, so the test can be shorter. Doesn't need to test the same skills over and over and over again. Also, just to note, in order to make the testing a little more streamlined or age appropriate, grades 3 to 5 reading and math tests may be given in one day, but they also may be given in 2 days so that they can be given in shorter segments. Another thing that speeds up our testing a little bit is the fact that we're not anymore cycling students through computer labs or laptops set up in a library or another location. Students are can all take their tests on their Chromebook, so we can administer hundreds of tests at the same time, so we don't have to take as long of a testing window as we used to do. Expedited retakes is a concept that's also important to know with SOL testing. If a student fails a test by a narrow margin, in other words, doesn't quite get that 400 but gets a 375 to 399, they're eligible to take what's called an expedited retake. Take it again with some intervention and studying and new instruction in between. Or the student who failed a test with a score below 375 but had an extenuating circumstance that just occurred that can be documented, or a student who's shown great academic performance and then gets a lower test score and it doesn't make sense, the school can decide to give that expedited retake. And of course, parents give their consent for that to happen. They want to make sure parents are aware and give permission for a second testing that might occur. In addition to SOL testing, there are other tests we administer, especially getting into this time of year. We have the Virginia Alternative Assessment Program, or VAP, which it covers the areas of reading, math, science, and are now in a multiple choice format rather than in a portfolio format. History and writing areas are assessed locally by local procedures, and this test is called for individual students by their IEP. The window for that's February 28th to June 24th. Access for English language learners is another area of testing to be aware of this spring. It measures social and instructional English use and academic English in subject areas. And the window similarly, a little earlier than the SOL testing window. We're getting closer to the end of that window now. So Mr. Blankenship and I are here, and members of the teaching and learning part of our organization may be more appropriately able to answer questions too, if you have any. Be happy to answer any questions you have.
Dr. Mealy?
Dr. Dewis, and I'm sorry for asking this question, I should know this answer, but so much has occurred in the last year. Are the tests are counting this year toward accreditation, correct? Mm-hmm. Yes, okay.
Right, there were waivers and
right.
Due to COVID extenuating circumstances, but we're back to that normal accreditation process. Yeah.
Yes, Mr.
For the expedited retake, is that next day or is that a couple days afterwards?
Well, it can be quickly or it can take a little bit of time. The idea, though, is not just to jump right in and take another test, but to really look at that score, which many times comes that day or the next day, figure out what a student didn't know, do some reteaching, some more study, and then be able to take it again. We have known it to be done quickly, especially as graduation is getting closer for students who may need that verified credit at the very end of their time. However, many times there is some time in between, just to give time for more learning.
Bill?
Dr. Dewis, so I understand, where does this information come from? What you're presenting, where is this information coming from?
I mean, this is all from the Department of Education testing office. I think Mark pulled it from materials where he gets trained as division director of testing.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the dates and everything comes from. Yeah, the state sets these windows for us, and we just basically, in some cases, we are asked to narrow them down to, say, a 4-week window. So most of that's all just written into some of the requirements for expedited retakes, that kind of thing, or it's directly from standards of accreditation. So it's all procedure, and we have a big, long manual we have to look through.
So is this VDOE?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this comes from the Virginia Department of Education.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to make sure I'm understanding this right. I can take the test and make a 400. I've passed.
That's correct.
Or I can fail miserably the spring before and do just slightly better when I take the test the following spring. And that's the same as making a 400?
No, that is still a fail on the score report. However, when they do the accreditation calculations for each school, if the student has shown growth, and when you say fail miserably, that could have been a low score, it could have been a little,
if they improve, been a 399,
yeah,
right?
Right. But if they show growth from one year to the next, and there's a whole table that shows the scores and how many percent, how many points you have to improve over the years. And if they show growth on that table, then that student would count in as a pass on your accreditation calculations. However, it's still a failing score. The score report that's sent home would still say fail on it. But in the accreditation calculation, then that student would count in as a pass.
Schools are getting credit for significant growth for students because they may or may not be able to control what those initial scores were when kids take the first one.
And I'm sorry to go into detail, but is there a certain percentage that you have to get in order to show growth, or can it be 1 point above what you had?
They have set up a table that will show you all the scores across the board and in each subject, in each grade level. And that table will show you, say, if a student had a 350 on a 3rd grade reading and they scored a 380 on a 4th grade reading, then that student would most likely show growth because they showed the improvement over that course of time. But it won't be, haven't seen anything where it's just 1 point difference, but that's how they measure it in terms of year to year.
Just wanted clarification. All right.
And I'll add another thing that there is growth assessments that we tested in the fall, and that is our backup in terms of showing growth. If the student did not show growth, say from last spring to this spring, that is a second measure they can look at. If they showed growth from the fall to this spring, then that would also count in as growth. And there's another table with scores for that. So the whole accreditation calculation is very in-depth, and I'm glad the state does it, but we try to follow that as much as we can.
So there would be certain audits done. The state would be looking if they saw a significant amount of lower scores, and then just...
The state does desk audits where they would look at our scores. Sometimes it's just to make sure that, like you said, there's no discrepancies, but also the coding, and make sure that we're not coding a normal amount of students as a, say, a recovery or retest. And in that case, say, if we coded a bunch of kids retest and they got pulled out of the calculations, red flag goes off and they ask us what's going on. So they do that. The Office of Information Management, I think, is at the DOE, and they do those desk audits.
And so we'll get that report after all the testing's done. And I just want to understand, so compared to last year where we, were at home and, well, I shouldn't say at home, but a different education experience versus this year, that will be broken out for us to see pass versus improvements and not, what I'm trying to get at is I understand it's going to count as a pass, but does it separate pass 400 plus and pass growth?
No, not on the score report that a parent would see, or even something. That growth measurement is done behind the scenes at DOE for accreditation calculations only. Your pass report or your child's student report would just show the basic scaled score like 400, 350, 600. And it would also have a narrative there of how your child did on the test. And it will say for these students who are growth students, quote, growth students, that is going to show that they failed the test. However, when those calculations are done at DOE, that's when they would give a school division and schools credit for those teaching those kids and showing growth over the course of the year.
One more question. You did say this was from VDOE.
Yes, sir.
There's a bullet on here that says access for ELL. Can you tell me what that ELL stands for?
English language learners.
Oh, so they are using the word learners.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
More questions for either Dr. Dillis or Mr. Blankenship? Thank you, gentlemen. Item 5.02, update on reviewed library books. Dr. Woodford and Dr. Trosper.
Good evening, members of the board. In November, staff were given a list of concerning books. They were presented at the board meeting during public comment, and the board asked the staff to please review those books, looking at our own policy KLB, which is Public Complaints About Learning Resources, and to review those 12 titles. Tonight, I would like to give you an update on those reviews and proposed updates to policy KLB and rule KLB. And we sometimes refer to a rule as a regulation. In board docs, you'll see it under rules. Sometimes we call them regulations. So if I use both words, you'll know. Not sure where I'm supposed to point this. You mean you have to turn it on? Thank you, Diana. Since the request to review books was made at the November board meeting, Dr. Trosper and I have provided the board with updates on progress in the December meeting, and we also sent a Wednesday memo on February the 9th with some updates. So I'm going to just try to focus on the highlights since you've gotten more in-depth reports at those times for the sake of this presentation, but we are always happy to answer any questions that you might have at the end of our presentation. While there were 12 books we were asked to review, one of the titles is not in any of our libraries, so we did not look at that one, and the title was Two Boys Kissing. The remaining 11 books were reviewed based on the process described in our current policy and rule KLB. In December, the committee reviewed one book, Beloved. That was the first book that was challenged, and so we looked at that book, and the decision of the committee at that time was to keep the book in all of our libraries and continue to use it for AP coursework at the high school level. The committee felt it had instructional value and was on the list of AP recommended books for the course. Since there were no other individual challenges to text, Dr. Trosper formed committees based on the location of the books in schools. So in January, 4 books were reviewed that were in all 3 high school libraries. These books included The Bluest Eye, Kite Runner, Glass Castle, and Murder Trending. The committee consisted of the school principals, the school's library media specialists, and teachers from all of the high schools. The committee decided that all of these books should remain in the libraries for student choice. Not all of those texts are used in the classroom, so I just want to make that clear. These are for the library. On February the 8th, one additional title was reviewed that appeared in the Liberty High School and Jefferson Forest High School libraries, but not at the Stanton River High School library. This title was Freak Boy, and again, it was decided by that committee that it would remain in the library. On February the 16th, the rest of the titles were reviewed with a committee from Jefferson Forest High School only, since those titles are only in that library. These books included All Boys Aren't Blue, Love Drugged, What My Mother Doesn't Know, Beautiful Music for Ugly Children, and Rick. Many of these texts were added to the library to fill deficiencies in selections available for the diverse population of students at Jefferson Forest High School, and were actually recommended and reviewed by the Equity and Inclusion Task Force at Jefferson Forest High School, which is comprised of teachers, parents, and students. The recommendation was to keep all of these titles in their library. I would like to remind everyone that most of these books are available in the library for enjoyment reading, and again, not always used for instruction in the classroom. If parents have concerns about books once they see a class syllabus for specific classroom instructional materials, they would work directly with the classroom teacher as described in our policy IIA to find an alternative text for their child. We've only had that occur once in the last 10 years or so that Dr. Trosper and I could find, and at that time the teacher worked with the parent to find an alternative text. As a reminder, should any parent or guardian wish for their child not to read these books or check them out from the library, then our librarians wanted you to know that they will honor that choice and not allow the student to check out that book. Parents and guardians should make that request known to the school librarian, and they'll make sure they don't check them out. In December, Dr. Trosper and I shared that policy KLB and its rule or regulation needed an update. The forms were outdated, some of the cross-reference links were no longer working, and the process for challenging a resource was very unclear. So we used the current VSBA suggested policy as a foundation for the suggested policy and rule updates. Tonight, policy KLB and rule or regulation KLB are in the policies that will be introduced later on for review and approval at your April board meeting. The proposed policy KLB would remove any wording on procedures for challenging resources that are duplicated in the rule. And just for some clarification, when Dr. Trosper and I started to look at policy KLB to start the process of reviewing the books, there were some things in the policy that were different than the regulation and some things in the regulation that weren't in the policy. So to make sure that it was very clear, we really took policy KLB and minimized it, and we followed really what the Code of Virginia says. It states that objections can be raised by a parent, guardian, or student, and that the superintendent will develop written policies to address these concerns. Those written policies would be in rules or regulations. And so the specific procedures for challenging material would actually come in the rule or regulation update for KLB. So the policy KLB is just a simple paragraph saying that the superintendent or his designees will create that policy or rule. You're going to see the very in-depth pieces of the procedures actually in the regulation KLB. And again, both of these are on board docs in the policy list tonight. The regulation does a few of the following things. First, it lays out exact procedures for complaints and appeal processes. It clearly defines timelines for committee review, how the complainant would be notified, and how to go through an appeals process. We also updated the complaint form so it was more user-friendly and up-to-date, asking for things like email addresses and things like that. It was a little bit outdated. And the regulation also allows for community notification if an appeal reaches the division-level review committee to ensure we have a variety of parent-student participation on the committee from all three school zones. So for some very specifics of that regulation, when you look at it, the first step would be if you have a concern with something in the library, you would first reach out to the library media specialist. If it can't be worked out at that level, then a committee would be formed, and the principal of that school would work with the library media specialist, the parent or student, whoever has the complaint, and they would review the text They would do much like Dr. Trosper did with the committees that he formed over the last few months, look at reviews, look at the National Library Association information, look at specific concerns that were stated for that book, and then as a group, the teachers, the complainant, the librarian, and if we had high school, we would add students, would then make a recommendation to the school principal, and then the school principal would let the complainant know what the decision is. Again, there is an appeal. If the person doesn't like what the school level committee has decided, they can appeal to a division level review committee. That would be led by the Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Trosper, as he led most of the reviews that were done. And again, it would bring together a larger group of people. It wouldn't be just that school, it would be all 3 school zones, teachers from all 3 school zones, parents from all 3 school zones, and this would be when we would do the notification to the community. So if parents wanted to voice their concerns, or if they had concerns about a certain text being removed, then they would be notified, so we would have input from multiple people. And again, I want to say we would like also to try always at the high school level to have students on those committees. We just feel like that's really appropriate. They're older and can give us great insight. If the complainant does not agree with the decision of the division level review committee, they would then make an appeal in writing to the superintendent and to the chief learning officer. And then the superintendent would inform the board chair and the school board that there is a request for an appeal, and that appeal would come to the school board. So that's the specifics of the policy, and I know you'll need some time to look through the regulation and policy, and you'll have this whole month. I want you to know that Dr. Trosper and I are both available for any questions throughout the month if you have any about the regulation or rule, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have tonight about any of these materials or our process.
Question for Dr. Woodford, Mr. Hill?
Yes, ma'am. So Dr. Woodford, I see that the recommendation is that no books be removed. So I appreciate the staff looking at looking at them and coming back with the recommendation.
Mm-hmm.
Couple of questions for you. Can you restate who was on that committee for that review, please?
I'm going to ask Dr. Trosper, since he led those committees, because I want to make sure I get it exactly right, and so he can.
So it involved principals, myself, any teachers that were using as part of their curriculum. So some of the books like Beloved, for example, had a teacher using it, and library media specialist.
A teacher or multiple teachers?
Yeah, it depended on the book. In some cases, multiple teachers. In some cases, there were no teachers because it was just in the library. So it depended.
So as far as I can call and ask these questions specifically this week, but I'm interested in the total outcome for each book. Was it a unanimous vote to keep these, or was it a separate vote where some favored one way and some favored the other?
Yeah, I can say comfortably it was unanimous. There was very little disagreement. I think there was a strong belief that we should leave them in those libraries. Yes.
Okay, and for those that voted unanimously, so those again are the librarians?
School administrators and teachers who who used that book.
So
as
the
part of
teachers
their
were
curriculum.
already using the book, right?
Yes, sir.
So they wouldn't want to remove it if they're already using it?
Correct.
Okay. So the librarians, are they also the ones who chooses to put the books in the libraries?
The librarians do. And
So they
that
have
actually,
a vested interest to keep the book as well?
Well, and that was discussed as part of the process, was how are these books selected. And librarians did share that they use professional resources, colleagues. They use a variety of sources to choose. And they try to use discretion as far as what they believe would be acceptable by the community. So that explains the diversity of selection among our schools even.
So as far as funding for certain library books, are we aware of any funding that may be coming from a particular media company that supports or recommends books to go on our shelves?
I'm not aware of any. We could get that answer and get back to you. I do know that there is fundraising done at the school, so they'll do book fairs and things like that through Scholastic. And we have had the conversation that we want to be really careful with Scholastic because they do lots of incentives for our elementary teachers too. If parents buy books, they get points and then they ship free books to the teacher. And so there have been cases at the elementary level where a book may have come in and gone on a shelf and a parent not feel like that's appropriate, and that book has been pulled off the shelf because the teacher and principal agree with that. So we can double check. The only thing I could think would be if they're doing a book fair through a certain company, then that book fair company may give them certain incentives to use their materials for the book fair. Most of the library book material, the money comes from our local funding.
Just thinking through this. So if I'm a student at any of our schools, do I have to check those books out in order to read them? Or can I sit in the library and read those books?
I'd say either you can sit and read it or we can check it out. Sure.
So if I'm not checking it out, then my parent has no say if I'm reading it or not, right?
Well, our librarians, there's always staff in there, and if a parent has indicated that they don't want their child to read that, the librarians are very open. There's very few parents that have called and expressed that, so they would know who that child is, and I think we could say that they would intervene and notify the parents or the child that it was expressed they could not read that.
As far as the committee review, I'm interested in the previous policy being a 30-day, and how many days is the new policy that you're recommending?
Do you mean like for the first review? So when the complaint is made, the principal has 5, so first you would work with the librarian, and that would be immediate. If the librarian's decision is, the parent or student or guardian is still concerned about that, the principal has 5 days to put a committee together and 10 business days to meet with that committee and then inform the parent or the student or guardian of the decision. So it was actually something that Dr. Trosper and I talked about, trying to get everybody together and everything. We felt like it was sometimes taking us a long time. So I actually feel like the policy firms that up a little bit because it puts very specific 10 business days, 5 business days to reach a decision, and then they have so many days to appeal that, and then we have to answer within 10 days. So
I guess my concern is the previous policy, it was 30 days. Mm-hmm. So now have we extended that 30 days into a longer duration?
well, I think we just added to the possibility of an appeal process. I mean, 30 days to get everything done, or versus the 10, I think the 30 days for what? Because our prior policy was so confusing. So it was 30 days for, do we just have 30 days to get the first committee together, or is that 30 days for the whole process? That's part of what Dr. Trosper and I wanted to clear up with this new rule, giving very specific deadlines, because principals didn't know, am I the one responding to the complaint, and is Dr. Trosper the one? So that's why we laid it out, who was responsible for what.
Okay.
And I'll be honest with you, to pull that many people together and have time to review the resource, you do need some time. We were trying to read all of the books as they were going through the review. We were trying to make sure that we looked at reviews from multiple sources. And so it does take a little bit of time to do a really thorough job. And I think the committees did. And Dr. Trosper led those, but it was hours and hours of working with people. So.
The policy uses the term educationally suitable. What does that mean?
So I think there are books that, if you're using them in the classroom, are valuable for instruction because they have good characterization. They have really deep conflict resolution. And then there are some books that are just more enjoyment reading. Now, the state of Virginia has recently come out to define, not putting out sexually explicit materials, and they were trying to define exactly what that means. We need a little bit of clarification. It's still a little vague, but I think for us it is suitable for the age level, and based on recommendations from the Library Association and other resources that the librarians use, the teachers use. Is that what you would?
Correct.
Yeah. I don't know that I answered that question, but part of the issue here is who decides what's appropriate, not appropriate, and
That's my question.
Yeah, and that's what we're really struggling with too. There's no, there's no rubric out there for us to use, and so we trust that that our experts in that, our librarians, the teachers who are using that, our parents, our students, are making those recommendations, and sometimes teachers make recommendations to the librarian for what books they would like in there.
Madam Chair? So you're saying basically there's no baseline to start with as far as what to compare the books to, or what is right and what is wrong is what you're saying?
I think the best we can do is think about what the local community standards would be, and that's obviously vague as well. So certainly what might be allowable in another division or area of the state would be maybe something Bedford would not. And I can tell you the librarians they spent a lot of time talking about how they tried to think through what would and would not be acceptable. And at the end of the day, they make the best decisions they can. And then if it still is not acceptable, that's why we have a process in place to address it.
Well, I know it's not really a question, but I just think it's kind of ironic that I would say that the baseline would be the Bible, and that's been thrown out of the schools. Yet we're allowing these kind of books in the schools, kind of.
I believe that's also in the library as well.
Well, it might be, yeah, but for,
And it also has a little bit of raciness in it.
Yeah, right.
For sure.
Madam Chair. Question. You said you did not want to, basically have sexually explicit material in the book, The Bluest Eye. There was a rape scene between two characters. Can you clarify what you mean by sexually explicit? Because to me
what
that
I was
seems...
saying was recently the state of Virginia has put out some information about for us to be monitoring sexually explicit, but they gave no definition of what that is.
So rape is okay?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that this just recently came out.
Gotcha.
So we have probably tons of books that, at different times may not.
Gotcha.
We'd have to go back and review those.
And what policy did y'all use or procedure did you use to do this? The new policy or the old policy?
The old policy,
Okay.
KLB. And even though we only had a challenge necessarily on one book, which is what's addressed in policy KLB, we tried to follow the same procedure and thought process for the other 11 books so
Gotcha.
that we could have a consistent process that we were using for the ones that we were asked to review.
Okay.
More questions?
Yeah, I just want to say, but I just want to make sure I understand too, but according to one of the executive orders, parents will be notified if there's anything in a book. Parents can always come by and say, I don't want my child to read that book, and they can be given another title.
That's correct, for classroom materials, absolutely. And Dr. Trosper is working this summer with our English teachers to create resources and list of books that can be used for instruction. The difference between instruction and library is in instruction you have a captive audience. In the library you have choice. And so they're going to put together a list of books that would be appropriate for SOL testing, AP testing, dual enrollment that teachers can choose from. But at any time, when on that syllabus, parents see a book that they're concerned about, then they can reach out to the teacher for an alternate book that we would hope would still meet the rigor of what they were reading, but maybe not the exact same content.
And I have another question. I just haven't been in high schools in a long time, but do our high school students, silly question, check out books, or are they doing most of that online?
I think so, yeah, a little bit of both, I think, so. And if you don't mind, to follow up with that question, we've had one person has identified some of these texts as sexually explicit, one individual. The committees did not necessarily concede that they agreed with that. And I just want to be clear, there was disagreement on even the level of offensiveness of the text, and so I don't want to say that the committee agreed that they were sexually explicit, because I would say they actually did not agree with that.
But
Any more questions, Dr. Mealy?
No, thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Hill?
I have a problem with the committee being the ones who chose the books, who decided to use the books, and was the complainant even in the meeting?
When there was a formal challenge, yes.
The formal challenge, but then when you decided it was going to stay, the complainant wasn't there? It was just a
when we
response?
reviewed at your request, correct. Yeah.
Okay. So this is not an action item tonight, correct? This is just, Dr. Bergen, I would tell you, this is certainly not what you and I discussed as far as the books being behind a counter and having to have request from a parent and the child permission. So I would like to discuss that further.
And Mr. Hill, I will say that Dr. Bergen did bring that up to Dr. Trosper and I, and we did a little research. And so there is some Supreme case law. Basically, the question is, who decides what books go behind the counter? So if I choose that all books about transgender students go behind the counter, am I now discriminating against transgender? If I decide that all books that have Spanish students in them go behind the counter, then I've discriminated. So that's our caution about behind a place behind the shelf, because at some place we have to make a decision about what's appropriate and not appropriate. And I think what we've read through law, and when we've talked to Mr. King about that, our attorney, he wants us to be very careful about us making those judgments, because then it could lead to, well, now you're discriminating against a certain group of people or certain content. So that's the only caution. And when Dr. Bergen asked us about that and we researched it, we were just cautioned that it would be better for parents to say, this is what I'm concerned about, and then we deal with that individual student rather than choosing that all certain titles be behind the counter.
So this is not towards you,
Sure.
Dr. Woodford, but so it sounds like it's okay to discriminate against my child, but we can't discriminate against someone else's child to meet my expectations of what I want from my child. I'll just leave it at that, and that is not towards you, but I have a problem with, it's okay for one group, but it's not okay for the other. When as a parent, if I'm asking for the school to give me the right to decide what
And you
my
have
child.
that. And you do have that even
If
with
I
our
check it out.
procedures now.
If I check it out.
Or, no, if you call the librarian and say, I have concerns about my child checking out this material, then again, the librarian would make sure that they would be very aware of what your child is checking out or not checking out, yeah.
Well, why couldn't it be the other way around?
I think because if
Because
you,
go ahead.
if a parent has to, are you saying like an opt-in, so parents would have to say what they want their child to check out? I mean, that's hundreds and hundreds of titles. Now I think we would be asking our librarians to do more than they're capable of doing. I mean, pretty much then it would be, do we only allow, our kids to go to public libraries where they can be with their parent? I mean, I think that would be the question. If I have to call the librarian and say, my child can check out any of these 1,000 or 2,000 titles, that would be really difficult.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, Dr. Mealy?
Yeah, I think between the executive order and the change in the policy, I think everyone has an opportunity here to find some common ground, because we're saying that, as I understand this, that as a parent, I can contact that librarian. I can say, I don't want my child looking at that, checking those books out. That, the school's going to say, yes, that's fine, we'll not allow your child to do that. And then you have a parent who says, but I want my child to have access to that, and they have free access to that book. So I think there's common ground here if we just kind of look for it a little bit, because it's not a question of one child's right is weighs more than the other. I mean, if you say, well, we're going to put it behind the counter or we're just going to take it out, then you violated somebody else, the parents, the rights of the parents who want their children to read the book. If you say, well, you have to read this book, then you violated the rights of the parent who doesn't want that. So I think we have common ground here. If you don't want your child to read it, they won't get it from us. Now, if you want your child to have access to whatever title's in there, you also have that right.
Anything further? Thank you, Dr. Woodford. Thank you, Dr. Trosper. Okay, given the fact that it's 6:32, we'll go ahead and break for dinner and pick up with the informational items where appropriate. Let's go ahead and go to dinner. I'd like to reconvene this March 10th, 2022 regular meeting of the school board. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag is over here at the lower stage. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Edwards?
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and Dr. Bergen, would you please come forward in front of the tables? As I call your name, please come forward to be recognized, and then please remain standing off to the side until all members of each group are called for a group photo op at the end. At this point, it's safe to say that the Jefferson Forest High School swimming program is a powerhouse. In 2017 and 2018, the boys program turned in back-to-back 4A state championships, and this year they came in third in the team standings, but produced new school records and state champion race winners in the process. They're on hand tonight with home field advantage to be recognized before the board. The state champion 400-meter freestyle relay team, Evan Shopbell. Back-to-back Evans, Evan Schoenfelder. Jack Mills. And Brendan Whitfield. Once again, the state champion 400-meter freestyle relay team. And there's no shortage of state runners-up on this team either. The state runner-up 200 medley relay team, Brendan Whitfield. Ben Hiss. Max Schoenfelder. And Jack Mills. Once again, the state runner-up 200 medley relay team. Jack, you're still up here. He's the state runner-up in the 200-meter freestyle and also sporting a new team record. And Brendan, you're still up here as well. State runner-up in the 50-meter freestyle and a new team record, plus state runner-up in the 100-meter backstroke, Brendan Whitfield. Please, one final round of applause for the Jefferson Forest High School boys swim team.
You good? Photos, guys.
Loud, if you can look at me. I can get Ryan to help me.
Turn your cert. Turn your cert.
Upside down.
Turn. No, your certificate.
Upside down.
He can swim.
Yes, he can.
And making it to the state championship match in any weight class in high school wrestling is a pretty amazing feat. And JF has one of those this year as well in the 160-pound weight class, this year's state runner-up, Matt Worth. Get your photo here. It's also unquestioned that the Stanton River High School wrestling program is that of greatness. And they didn't let anyone down again this year, sending a remarkable 10 wrestlers to the state tournament and earning a third-place finish in Class 3. The river has been in existence for nearly 60 years, but this year something happened that has never happened before in school history, and then it happened twice. It's an amazing feat to come in as a freshman and win a state championship against others who have had up to 3 additional years of development and experience. It had never happened before in the history of the river, but it's happened a couple of times now. The Virginia Class 3 106-pound state champion, freshman Colin Martin. And in the very next weight class to hit the mat, the Virginia Class 3 113-pound state champion freshman Noah Neininger. And if we could, let's get a round of applause for these freshman state champions. On their way to their third place overall finish, the team also had not one, but 2 state runners-up in the 145-pound weight class, senior Logan Arnold. And what a group of 9th graders in the 170-pound weight class, freshman Josh Kelly. The Stanton River High School wrestling team, state champions and runners-up, and as Dr. Cornett always said, and I'm sure Mrs. Parker says now, go get 'em Eagles!
Congratulations, everyone. What an accomplishment. Okay. And thank you, Mr. Edwards. Now we're going to move on to public comment. The public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 40 minutes. Speakers are asked to state their name, address, and voting district. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 40-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting and that we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, abusive, or hateful language. Mr. Edwards will serve as timekeeper for individual speakers with a ringing bell indicating that a person has 30 seconds remaining, and a second bell will ring indicating a person's 4 minutes have expired. Mr. Edwards will also serve as timekeeper for our cumulative 40-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 4-minute timer bell rings, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send or give them to Ms. Johnston and she will forward them to the board members. Please do not adjust the microphone at the podium as it has been positioned for optimum audio quality. Okay, our first speaker tonight is Rachel Cooper. Cooper out there. Claire McNeely. Mr. Beauregard.
Good evening, board members. Well, I had prepared remarks. However, after listening to the last few items, the KLB and some of those things, I have questions, but not that I would like you to ultimately answer, but and as far as the books are concerned, we're having all this trouble because there isn't a standard. And a board member did mention a biblical standard, and this is a question directed toward Mrs. Woodard, who is not on the board. Do you really think throwing the Bible in and comparing it to the books that are sexually explicit is a comparison, and a right comparison, and a fair comparison, since it is the most popular and most selling book for thousands of years? It is a moral standard and a compass by which society can be governed and healthy and happy. And for you to compare it to the books that are being brought to our children is inconsiderate and uneducated. Secondly, we don't need an executive order, Dr. Melly. There's already code that parents have a fundamental right to the upbringing, the education of their children. We don't need any other law. We just need the board and the public school system to honor that. That's all we need. I wanted to ask you, sir, I can't remember your name, who oversaw the committees. How many of parents did you have? How many people were on that total of committees, that committee that you had to review the books?
Beauregard, you're here to address the board. So
no,
please
I'm
direct-
here to address the,
No,
it's a public meeting,
no.
I'm addressing this man. Did you have any parents on that committee? And to have teachers that are using the books, this is illogical, also inconsiderate, and unfair to the parental rights of these of parents to view these things. The lack of making books known before a semester begins, or term begins, whatever it is unfathomable to me. Why doesn't the board, or the school system, whatever, publish all the books that are going to be used in a semester? Publish it 30 days prior to the semester beginning. And then it doesn't have to be a committee reviewing these books. 80,000 residents can review these books. Doesn't that seem like a better idea? And not so much burden on the few individuals that are going to make arbitrary decisions? This gentleman said he's going with the feel of the community. He doesn't know my community, because we don't want some of these books in there. Granted, everybody's not a Christian. That's fine. But those of us who are, we have an obligation, board members and citizens, to uphold God's law, no matter where we are. Our values don't change because we sit on the board, or because we go to school, or we take another job. We're supposed to be light and salt, no matter what. And it's not that we don't love those who don't know the Lord. Our responsibility is to be kind and to love them, to have compassion on them, and hopefully lead them by our acts of kindness into ways that would make for a better and healthy community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beauregard. Mary Catherine Bennett. You're on here.
I will always take advantage to speak. Y'all know me. Okay, my name is Mary Catherine. I did not know I'd be speaking, but I do want to share some things. Again, I'm here a lot, so y'all know that I have a special needs son, Ronan, and I was actually went to the Special Education Association Committee last Monday night. I think it was Monday or Thursday night, and got to sit in and see how the committee was run. And I had a bunch of different questions. I was told, or they actually mentioned it in the meeting, that there is a desperate lack of special needs parents representing in this committee. And so, you know, I'm looking forward to putting forth my name as possibly a liaison, as a special needs mom who just needs to know more what's going on, and IEPs that are happening, and as well as, you know, when I went into the process, I didn't know anything. I just knew that my son needed help, and I know there's so many special needs parents out there and children that need IEPs. So I am hoping that as a community, we can get more people to be involved in this special education. I know I've asked some board members to accompany me as well on the next monthly meeting, because it's really important that we are all in agreement and we're all working together. Again, our whole priority is our children. And I know that all of us have maybe different ideas or different opinions on how it should be, but at the end of the day, we're all here to protect and to raise our children and to give them values. And so that is what I'm saying is, if y'all are special needs, want to join me in the special needs committee, or give more understanding to what it's about, I think that would be fantastic. So again, did not think I was going to speak, so obviously I have nothing prepared, but thank you for what you're doing, and good night.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Lisa Mansell. Lisa Mansell. Mr. Dietrich.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to summarize and discuss further culturally responsive teaching, its historical origins and ideological roots. My intent is to inform, not to criticize any of you as individuals. The origins of ultimately lay with Marxism, and later with the group of German Marxist intellectuals known as the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory. Marxism claims that capitalism has created inequalities, which have created class struggle between the haves and the have-nots. The Frankfurt School, originating in post-World War I Germany, took the underlying theme of class struggle and applied it to culture. The resulting body of ideas became known as critical theory. Critical theory was later adopted to focus primarily on race, becoming critical race theory, or CRT. Class struggle was transformed to a racial struggle between the oppressor-privileged race and the racially oppressed. In reaction to widespread unpopularity with CRT, less radical appearing concepts and terms were created. These included culturally responsive teaching, which seems to have originated in the year 2000. The underlying premise is that underachieving African, Asian, Latino, and Native American students have been academically disadvantaged unfairly because they have been culturally disadvantaged. Yet how can this be when the most successful academic cohort out there is found in the Asian community? Thus, empirical data seems to scientifically falsify pedagogical theory and its implied dogma. Yet dogma persists, as alienation is believed to inhibit the full academic blossoming of students from non-European backgrounds. To address this perceived disadvantage, culturally responsive teaching proponents employ various initiatives. Teaching becomes focused on alleged current cultural nuances, not on discovery of universal truths, including common understanding of knowledge, vice, and virtue. Institutional hubris emerges as individual educators seek to determine, often without any accountability, what constitutes a culture. Successful learning becomes predicated on something other than traditional academic performance. These measures strike at the very heart of what it means to be educated. Since the time of the ancient Greeks, education has meant the pursuit and discovery of truth. Yet much of education today seems illiberal in its design, based instead on group grievances, collectivist redress, and the like. As all peoples throughout human history, Americans have been thought to be capable of both vice and virtue. Yet America has been an exceptional nation because it has been based on an exceptional ideal. That sublime ideal upon which the nation was founded holds that all people have been created equally, recipients of divinely given natural rights. Yet sadly, this is the very culture that is now under assault, the American ideal and the Western tradition. Will our children of all backgrounds be denied a good education as activists pursue ill-defined, unsubstantiated, and widely unpopular collectivist dogma? This is a question that parents, school board members, and other concerned citizens should ponder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. Amy Sneed.
Good evening. My name is Amy Sneed. I'm in District 7. I have a couple things I want to cover tonight, but one thing I think is important. There was an update given to some book reviews that I was the complainant on back in November when I addressed the board. I was not a part of any of the following meetings other than the very first book of Beloved. At the time of that review, I had spoken with Dr. Trosper and let him know that because our organization, Moms for Liberty, stands for parental rights, I would like to see how the policy was going to be revised before we continued with the other 11 books. So tonight is the first I learned that any of those books had been discussed with a committee that I was not a part of, nor was the other resource that I brought with me to the first meeting. So this comes as a surprise to me that they've already been reviewed. I want to let you know also that I'm very aware of the rules of this meeting. As Ms. Kirby explains at the beginning, that foul, abusive, or hateful language cannot be used. I cannot read to you one of the books that has been decided to stay in these libraries because it would violate all of those rules. And I respect the board and I will follow the rules of these meetings. For example, if I were to read that from the text, it would have a trigger warning of sexual content, rape, molestation, incest, and pedophilia. As Dr. Woodford said, some books are for education and other for enjoyment. I'm not sure which category that falls in. I'll leave that to your own decision. I know many of you carry the opinion, like most of our parents, that school libraries should not be a source of providing access to explicit materials. We all know the magic of reading a book transports the reader to a different place. There are adventures to be had and mysteries to solve, and often placing yourself in the shoes of the narrator, the hero, or the antagonist. We are a product of the people we spend time with and the books that we read. Based on the current selection criteria and the broad Virginia state standards, explicit and vulgar content is not really a factor for consideration on what content is available to students in our school libraries. We have a code of conduct expected for students. I've cited this in previous talks. We have a technology code of conduct, we have a behavior code of conduct, but we have nothing regarding books in our libraries, and it is not censorship, because we already censor what a student can look up in their Chromebook, what movie they can watch in a classroom setting, and what words they can use on school property. The term literary value has been used in these conversations to cover a multitude of graphic sexual content. There's no argument that there may be value to these books in a different setting, but providing access to that content within our school libraries deserves reconsideration. The books that contain graphic rape, bestiality, hetero, and homosexual sex, among other things, made their way into the libraries and curriculum already based off of someone's determination, as the current policy uses the words educationally suitable. I am requesting, after having spoken with counties all over the country, that 2 things be adopted. 1, just as I mentioned, there's a code of conduct that has to be signed by each student and parent in Power School at the beginning of the year, saying that you will agree to the terms outlined in the code of conduct for technology and behavior. I would ask that there would be one in there that provides parents the option to select what level of books their child is permitted to check out. So rather than putting so much work on the librarians to keep track of individual titles, that book classifications can be made by parents with a simple drop-down screen. I'm also asking that we consider amending our library selection criteria, as it was discussed earlier tonight, to limit mature content. It's no different than placing restrictions on the Chromebooks that are in the hands of every single student. We all know that experiencing a good book leaves its readers with a lot of emotions. You can feel inspired, motivated, educated, entertained. We all agree on that, as we've heard tonight. That's the beauty of reading. Let's work towards ensuring that our students have the best possible resources available to them and filling their growing minds and imaginations with quality content, not things that you wouldn't read out loud to your grandmother.
Thank you, Ms. Meade. Scarlett Morgan.
I am currently a bus driver for Bedford County Schools. I drive for Huddleston Elementary and Stanton River Middle and High School. I'd like to thank y'all for the opportunity to speak, and extra thanks for unmasking our children. The reason I'm here tonight is fuel shortage. We run out of fuel at various locations twice monthly, sometimes more than that. That in turn causes a driver to have to go from Stanton River, maybe to Stewartsville, maybe to Bedford to get fuel. These bus drivers, some have second jobs. They don't have time, an extra hour, to do this. Our buses average 9 to 10 miles a gallon. So driving 20 miles out of the way to get fuel kind of is ridiculous. The current system, in my opinion, is antiquated beyond the way it was explained to me, because custodians have a stick, a wooden stick, that they drop down inside the tank to measure the level of fuel that's in the tanks at the fueling locations. This is reported to the Transportation Department. An order's placed. Delivery sometime has to be prioritized. This school's been without it 7 days. This one's been without it 3 days. Send it to the 7-day school. Delivery is based on, the contracts are issued to Fuel Company A. They're locked in a price. I'm sure they're not real thrilled to spend their time to come to deliver fuel to the schools at $2 a gallon when they're paying $5. In saying all that, Pat Smith, my direct supervisor, is the first person to catch the blame. All us drivers stand around, you know, it's ridiculous. How can she not order fuel? It's that simple. All you got to do is pick up a phone. After thinking this over, Pat Smith has a lot on her plate. If you compared her job to, say, a principal's job, the principal has one school. Pat has 9 fueling locations. The principal has their staff of teachers, cafe, paralegals, custodians. She has the entire Bedford County school system to look after. So before we place blame, you know, on one certain individual, I place blame on the higher ups who have to know this is going on and do nothing about it. If it was an internet problem, it would happen one time and it would be resolved. This has been going on. I've been driving since 2013, and this has been an ongoing issue since then, and I'm sure it has been before. All I'm here to do is ask for somebody, don't know who that is, to look into this problem and come up with a solution, because our internet is fuel, and we can't get kids to school without fuel. That's all I got to say. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Okay, we have some open slots. Would anybody who hasn't spoken like to speak?
Thank you for the chance to talk to all of you. My name is Esther Graham. I live in Bedford County. I'm not sure what district I'm in. Sorry, I'd have to look at my voter's card. But I want to thank you guys all for also when you voted and you took upon yourselves to protect the health of our students here. And thank you all for serving them and being educated to do what you do up here. And I know there's a lot of grief you receive, and I don't want to do that for you tonight. What I'd like to do is provide you with some statistics, and I would like to also provide you with some information. I've got handouts. If you would like to see me afterwards, I can give you a handout. I even have a copy of three different copies of the book. It's about irreversible damage, and it's damage that's being done to our transgender children. And I just wanted to share with you that these are kids that are really confused and really need us to love them and to encourage them to be sure of themselves and to seek some help if they need to. A lot of these children are going into psychologists and doctors' offices, and they are, self-diagnosing. They're saying that they have transgender dysphoria. And that's what they get. And they're encouraged to, oh, okay, well then go ahead and start binding, or go ahead and have your top removed, or go ahead and have the testosterone. You'll just love it. And where they're getting this information from is social media. A lot of these kids are confused, and they need us as adults to direct them and to guide them and to love them through this and to help them. Maybe they truly do want to be transgender. Maybe they're just experimenting. These are kids, these are young children even that are being allowed to do this, and the teenagers, people going even to college, and the parents are told not to know anything about what they're doing. They can be them or he or she or all the different pronouns that they're choosing now too, and parents don't have to be informed, and I think that's highly wrong. I mean, you're breaking the family apart. The family needs to be there to help these children and to be there to support them and to guide them. And even the school district has had a doctor from UVA come out to the junior high back when my kids were in school, and even brought to the attention that you got to monitor how much kids are on the social media, and that's not being done. And these people are almost like a cult loving on them just so much, oh yeah, come on. And then if they choose to go back, which 70% of them do choose to go back to their original sex that they were born with, 50% of them already have a self-harming, they're self-harming themselves already issue, and that's not even being addressed. They're not being treated psychologically. They're not being treated emotionally. They're not being treated at all they're being, what medical field do you know where you can go in and say, hey, I got this problem, I need this kind of medication, you can self-diagnose yourself? You can't do that. So I would just like to provide you guys information to help you, to keep you voting for the health of our children and to protect them and to love on them. And they're given Lupron, which is actually a medication that is a puberty blocker, and it's to help the children. It's actually impairs their neurological development and their brain IQ and their function. And it also makes them infertile. It's irreversible. And if they take their top off, they can't put that back either. It's not the same. And it's just, we need to help these kids. It's pitiful what they're going through. And they're removing parents from that as well. Who more to love on their kids and to help their kids and seek medical help for their kids? You know, not to say, hey, you're wrong and this isn't what you shouldn't be doing, but not to help them mutilate themselves. And that's basically what it is. And when they do these testosterone, girls grow the facial hair and the body hair. You become like a man in that regard. And it's irreversible. That will never go away once they stop, if they choose to go back, to go off of testosterone. As well as if they choose, it's irreversible if they choose to remove any other parts. And men, if they want to change, they still have their manly features. We're just made differently. And I would like to just talk to you guys or help you or give you the handout or a book if you'd like to read it for yourself. She is actually a freelance writer for the Wall Street Journal, and she's a liberal writer, and her name is Abigail Schreier, is the author of the book.
If you want to give your handouts to Ms. Johnson, then we can get them after the meeting if we...
Okay, I'll do that. I'll go get them.
Okay, thank you very much. Ma'am, I apologize. What was your name again?
Esther Graham.
Esther Graham. Would anyone else like to speak this evening? Yes, sir.
Good evening, school board. I'm Jason Bender. I'm a Bedford County resident. I really wasn't prepared to speak tonight. I didn't have an agenda. But as I listened to some of the action items, the book reviews just really were startling to me. You know, I've heard about the book reviews in the public schools, but to sit here and see those books, the books listed there, the 11 books, the first book that was reviewed, right, was Beloved. And we have a motto here that says empowering learners for future success. I'm not familiar with those books verbatim. I haven't read them. But from what I understand, Beloved has a scene in there where slaves are waiting for women. The women don't come, so they feel the need to fornicate with cows. How are we, and I want to address our school board here, how are we empowering learners for future success by having them read that filth? And like you said, Ms. Kirby, we can't come up here with foul language and flagrant language. But why is it that we can't do that? And I wouldn't do that because that's not proper. But why is it okay to have our children read foul and flagrant and immoral and sinful and wicked language and scenes? It's just not right. So I got to ask all of us, what are we doing here? Really, what are we doing here? Do we care about the well-being of our kids if we're allowing just one book in the school system like that, in the library, in the curriculum? It's disgusting. And I sit here behind there waiting to speak, and my heart is broken. And I hope each and every one of our hearts are broken, because they should be. My daughter is not in the public school system, but I care about everyone's child here in this community. And I don't care about the policies. I don't care about the rules. We need to say, let's get these books out of there because it's filth. And what we're looking to do is we're looking to indoctrinate our children. And what's going to happen is little Johnny and little Susie are going to read that book, Beloved. And they're going to grow up and they're going to be the next person that wants to indoctrinate our kids in the public school system. that little Johnny, little Susie is going to be sitting up here on this stage and saying, it's okay to have those books in here. So, school board members, what are we going to do? Mr. Hill, I appreciate, I heard your comments, and it seems like you care about getting those books removed. But we got to do something. And there's so many issues, but I just feel the need tonight to address these books. And just that one book. See, the Bible, which I believe in, which is the only source of truth, speaks about how God's children are his beloved. See, this world wants to pervert God's word, the Holy Scriptures, the only source of truth. And we do need a standard, like Mr. Beauregard said, like Mr. Holbrook said. We need to figure out a standard, because right now it seems like it's your subjective standard, it's my subjective standard, it's my opinion. Where is it? That's not good enough for our kids. And we need to come to an agreement to say, look, this is the standard. And until we reach that agreement, we're going to be sitting here spinning our wheels and just mad and angry, and I don't even know what the word is. But I'm at a loss for words right now that we're allowing this garbage in our schools, letting kids in our community read this filth. We got to do better, guys. And I know there's several of you up there that do care. But we got to let the VDOE or whoever's implementing these books and the review board, we got to tell them enough is enough. This can't stand. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got time for one more speaker. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Kristen Honeycutt. I'm a Bedford County educator. I was not going to speak up until the last moment. I would just like to bring to everybody's attention the shortage of teachers and substitutes. And while I have lots of opinions about everything else that has been said, I would like to just reiterate, none of that can be done without teachers or proper substitutes or proper bus drivers or cafeteria workers or nurses or all the people that make this well-oiled machine run. So can we please try to find a way as a community to support our teachers a little more and find a way to get more teachers to come to our community? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more time? No. We have time for one more, if anyone else. Seeing no one, I will close public comment. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? As presented? Have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
I saw Mr. Daniels and I heard Ms. Harrison, so we'll give it to Mr. Daniels. Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The consent agenda has been approved. Now we're going to pick up with item 6.01, policy updates. Ms. Sexton?
This evening, we have 13 policies and 2 regulations up for your review. These policies will be brought back to the board for action at the April 7th board meeting. These policies are posted online for the public and may be viewed within board docs. There are 5 policies and 2 regulations with substantial changes, and we will review those now. I will pause momentarily after each of these policies or regulations in case there are questions about the suggested revisions. Also, so that I do not repeat this at the end of each policy, all 5 policies have legal and cross-references updated based on VSBA recommendation. DJG, Vendor Relations. Policy wording changes and language added as recommended by VSBA regarding prohibition or solicitation or acceptance of gifts and disclosure of subsequent employment to prevent any conflict of interest between decision makers and vendors while employed with Bedford County Public Schools or after employment.
Okay. Madam Chairman, with that policy, it speaks to minimal value unless consideration of a substantially equal or greater value is exchanged for vendors. And so I'm just wondering if we should define minimal value. Is that going to be $100 or less, or what? It's in the, fourth paragraph under that. I just think minimal value is very broad. It could be interpreted a host of different ways.
Sexton, are you taking these as presented to you by the VSBA, or are we doing the actual wording of the changes?
If we're doing wording changes, I'll say BCPS staff within my.
So this is
VSBA.
VSBA. Okay. Then we're going to vote on them next month. This is just for informational. So we will look at that change and change it next month when we go to vote during the discussion. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Okay, do you just want to discuss this then next month? Any questions I have?
Yeah, we'll vote on accepting them next month so we can just read it in how we think, because I think there is a parameter of, isn't it? Of what the monetary value of any gift received can be. Isn't that on the statement of economic interest? The monetary value of any gift received, isn't that listed on the statement of economic interest?
$3, I think.
Yeah, but this is for,
This would fall under, my department. This is not speaking necessarily to board members, but to any employee. I think on the economic interest, that's directly towards board members. This would regards to any decision makers that are employees, superintendent, chief financial officer, or even a principal at a school, making sure they don't receive anything like that in lieu of making decisions, so that there's protection here, so there's no conflict of interest, or even after they leave. So the policy has been there. There's just been additional language added to this. And to your point, Dr. Mealy, there is no minimal value. It is not defined. So if the board would like to do that, then we would make sure to disseminate that out to all staff. As far as my department's concerned, we don't accept anything. But out in the schools, we give that, the direction and stuff. We try to be as careful we can in overseeing that, but at the central office, I don't know of anybody receiving even a cup. We just don't really do that. But if the board wants to, we can add that in. But this speaks to all employees, not just board members.
Mr. Hill had a comment too.
Yeah, I would just want to be careful setting the limit. So for example, you've got teachers who are also coaches, and there are times where vendors will bring in sweatshirt. We have teachers who are also coaches, and I want to be very careful setting a limit, because there are times where vendors will come in and say, hey, I want you to try this sweatshirt. I want you to try this t-shirt. I want you to try X, Y, Z. I don't want to remove that from.
There's coaches that receive things. What I try to protect and give guidance to the principals, when there's a contract with a vendor, those coaches shouldn't be receiving things and swaying their decisions. Once the decision's made and stuff, sometimes, but you don't want promises like that to sway decisions. You do the best you can. I don't oversee, I can't be there for all of that, but I do speak to that. But yes, sometimes vendors come in and give that, and it'd be setting it too low would be very hard to police. Probably even hard to police right now, even with the terms that are in there. But we try to get that information out to make sure that that's not happening. And I have to count on my principals to make sure that they're overseeing that, and the bookkeepers out there. But I understand that point, but how do I define what is acceptable or not? $150 nice jacket to make a decision, I'm like, I question that, and I'll push back and make sure that that's not happening. But a t-shirt or something like that. So that's kind of how the way I'm applying it right now. And if there is a question, usually a bookkeeper or a principal will contact me and say, is this acceptable or not?
No, I don't. I just want to make sure, as we go through these, do you want me to bring up my questions that I have on them, or wait until next month?
Why don't we wait till the end of going through the policies and we'll bring them all up at one time?
Okay.
And bring them up at the end of Ms. Sexton's presentation now.
Okay.
Thank you.
GCBE, Family and Medical Leave. Policy language added and wording changes to incorporate recommendations from VSBA as well as the Code of Federal Regulations. These changes include more clarification on the meaning of active duty, covered service member, next of kin, serious injury or illness, and spouse. Under notice to employees of their rights under the Family and Medical Leave Act, the specific ways in which BCPS provides employee notification were incorporated. Additional language added to provide the processes by which an employee should furnish certification when the employee gives notice of the need for a leave request because of a serious health condition of the employee, in the case of a child or spouse or parent of the employee, a covered service member, or leave related to a qualifying exigency arising from active duty or a call to covered active duty. JBA, Section 504, Non-Discrimination Policy and Complaint Procedures. Policy title updated and policy language has been added to conform to VSBA recommendations to define the specific procedures for filing a complaint alleging any action prohibited by Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. JHCD, Administering Medicine to Students. Removal of some language regarding medication safety and security, prescription medications, and non-prescription medications, as well as epinephrine from the policy, to place the supporting regulation into the supporting regulation to add procedural clarification. Policy language added and wording changes as recommended by VSBA to reflect Virginia Code Section 22.1-274.011 and 22.1-274.2 as amended. Additional language added to address administration of albuterol inhalers as well as CBD THCA products in accordance with the Code of Virginia. JHCD, Administering Medicine to Students. Regulation code has been updated to decipher it as a regulation. Incorporation of language removed from policy JHCD more appropriately included in the regulation. Additions to support Virginia Code as amended. Specific guidance for diabetic self-care and use of stock albuterol. And now, KLB, Public Complaints about Learning Resources. This policy is being updated by BCPS staff to clarify procedures for complaints or concerns about learning materials. Also, there was a removal of a form which has been moved to the corresponding regulation, KLB. And then lastly, we have KLB-R, which is Request for Reconsideration of Learning Resources. This is a suggested new regulation to supplement policy KLB. The purpose of the regulation is to provide specific guidance on the process and forms used for complaints and concerns with learning materials. No, that's all I have, so if anybody wants to ask any questions.
Dr. Mealy, did you have questions?
Yes, actually, I have a couple of comments for the board. On policy GCBE, then that's about family medical leave. First, I would ask, like Dr. Calvert or someone, do we have any idea how many veterans are working for us by any chance? I did not write. Okay, I didn't expect that you would there. It's kind of off the cuff. In this policy, and I understand this is the law, okay, and we are required to at least meet the law. We can go beyond the law, but we're required to at least meet it. It says that it's talking about family medical leave for any service member, and it says that it includes a member of the National Guard or Reserves, and of course, any of the other armed forces, to get family medical leave at any time during the period of 5 years preceding the date on which the veteran undergoes medical treatment, recuperation, or therapy. I would just like the board to think about the fact that 5 years is a very, very short period of time when you've been in the service, and I'll give you a couple of examples. Agent Orange did not become a presumptive condition because it took it 10 to 20 years to manifest in our soldiers. So they went to Vietnam, they came back, they lived a pretty normal life for a long time, and then they began to get sick because of Agent Orange. I say they were really killed in Vietnam, they just didn't die there. So I'm not sure 5 years is fair to someone who served the country, especially in combat. The same thing has happened in Iraq and in Afghanistan. We have issues related to breast cancer. We have issues related to cardiovascular issues, neuro issues, and they don't know what those burn pits have done at this point in time to the people who have served. So I would just like our board to take some time during this next month and think about, can we, again, I understand the code says 5 years and we have to meet the code, but we can exceed it. I would propose that we, for our veterans who have served our country in war and are sick because of that, that we raise that to at least 10 years, that they can claim family medical leave within 10 years of going off of active duty, because their illness may not show up for that long a period of time. The other one I had was, Ms. Sexton, did you do EEA, the student transportation? Did I miss that?
Mm-mm.
You hadn't done it yet, is that?
It doesn't have substantial changes.
Okay. With that one, I would just like, again, the board to think about during this next month. Often as a principal, when I had foster children, they were not coming to school on a regular basis because we did not provide transportation in a timely manner. And I would, right now, we're saying in this policy that they will receive transportation to the school of origin promptly in a cost-effective manner. And I would just like us to think about putting some sort of time on that. And I realize this is very difficult for transportation, I do, but it's also very important to the students. And many times, I was told we just don't have a driver. We don't have a car to go get this child. And they do have a right to go to their school of origin if they're a foster child. So I would just like us to also think about that in the next month and maybe come back with some sort of timeline that we could insert into that policy.
Dr. Mealy, excuse me for interrupting.
Sure.
But with what you just said as far as foster children, a lot of foster children, and I know this from being a foster parent myself, they are requested to go to another school zone. So we won't need the transportation going back to the school of origin because they're not to go there, especially if they are being protected by the parents that they are removed from.
Yeah, I do realize that. It's just sometimes that does happen, and I had several students with that. For whatever reason, they came back to the school of origin. But I do understand what you're saying because I've had quite a few do that, be at a different school as well.
You have anything else?
No, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question regarding, I believe it is non-discrimination policy and complaint procedures. In the policy, there is a mentioning of the compliance officer. My question is that someone in our HR department that's considered our compliance officer?
So all of our compliance officers are listed on our website. In particular for 504, that would fall to Ms. Jennings in the special education department. So typically, it kind of goes with the specialty. If there's a complaint under special education discrimination, it would go to Mrs. Jennings. 504 would go to Mrs. Jennings. Employee discrimination would go to HR. Student discrimination would go to Scott Simmons, and then our team would help with that investigation. So it's a little bit specific to the need.
And it's on our website?
It is on our website.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you.
I do.
Okay.
So these changes that are coming down from have they took into consideration changes that are coming forward from based on?
I don't do it.
Question, sorry. With the changes that you're recommending from VSBA, do you know if they have taken into consideration changes that are coming down from, or recommendations that are coming down from the new state superintendent's office, and then also the changes that will be coming from the new board for the VDOE?
These specific policies, I don't know, but I know that I have a policy workshop to attend in May 25th, and they usually go in great detail about things that are in the law coming down, what may be incorporated at a later date, when that might happen. I don't have that right now, though, no.
Mr. Hill, I can tell you, though, that the bulk of substantive information that VSBA incorporates comes from the General Assembly.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Sexton. Fiscal year 2022-2023 budget, Dr. Bergen and Mr. Hagler.
Good evening, Chairwoman Kirby, Vice Chair Hill, school board members, staff, and parents and community members who are gathered with us here tonight, and those that are watching online. It is indeed my pleasure to share with you tonight my proposed budget for the 2022-23 school year. During my first year here as your superintendent, board members, I have prioritized my time to be out in the community to listen and learn and connect with community members by participating in dozens of community engagement events. I've also been very active in our schools and visible at extracurricular activities. Because my priority over these first 10 months with you has been to build connections with our employees, with our parents, with our community members, with you as board members, with other elected officials, so that I can gain a deeper understanding of the strengths of the school division as well as our opportunities for improvement. As I've reflected on these numerous conversations and the data collected, there have been several key themes that have surfaced, and I've shared these with you and with the community in my post-entry reflections report, which is linked on our school division website. Those key themes would include, we need to invest more in our employees, particularly financially. We need to have a focus on accelerating unfinished learning as a result of lost opportunities over these last 2 years for some of our students. The community's been very clear, this board's been clear, we need to expand on our college, career, and workforce development opportunities so that we can meet the needs of both our students and those of the local economy. We have the continued need to support the social and emotional wellness of our students and our staff, and to boost equitable educational opportunities for our students across all 3 high school zones, particularly with access to AP and dual enrollment courses. So as we continue to look forward and prepare for the future together, I'm very pleased with the extensive work that this board has accomplished this school year on updating the goals for our division strategic plan. Our central support leaders have worked closely with you and with all of our community stakeholders through surveys and numerous focus groups to gather additional information and ideas about the community's shared aspirations for our school division, other than those that I just explained. Once adopted at the end of this school year, the new strategic plan will serve as the foundation for our decision-making, or at least my recommendations to this school board with all of our future budgets, to ensure that our students and our staff are receiving the necessary resources needed to accomplish those strategic goals. In front of you, you have each received tonight a booklet with the details of the proposed budget for next school year. I'd like to commend Mr. Hagler and his staff for their work in preparing this document, and I'd like the public to know that following this meeting, the document in its entirety will be available on our website. Following my comments here, I'm going to ask Mr. Hagler if he would spend some time tonight reviewing the contents of this budget booklet with you to orient you to this new resource. I'd also this time like to thank Dr. Mealy and Mr. Nelms as your representatives for the board to our newly established Budget and Finance Committee for all of their time in working with me and with Mr. Hagler in the development of this proposed budget. As outlined in the details of this budget, I'm recommending that any increase in funding be tied to those key strategic priorities, to include the continuation of additional staff to address learning loss from the past 2 years, to increase the number of preschool classrooms available throughout the county, to purchase additional instructional resources, including a refresh on technology devices as needed and online content as appropriate, to further extend our already outstanding availability and opportunities in CTE and workforce development, but to expand on those opportunities, to provide for continued job-embedded professional development, and to designate funds to address a backlog of school maintenance projects. However, the top priority of this proposed budget is to increase compensation for all of our employees. For every employee to receive, at a minimum, a 4% increase in salary, but for our most experienced teachers to receive substantially larger increases. As shared with the board through the recently completed salary study, we simply are not competitive in this region with our most experienced teachers. This is something we must rectify if we're to honor their service and to retain them. We also must remain competitive in the local job market for the support staff who keep our students fed, who drive them from place to place, and who keep our learning environments clean and safe. Given the resilience and dedication of our staff over these past 2 years, I believe these increases in salary are both appropriate and warranted. As a follow-up to those recommendations from the compensation study, Mr. Hagler, Dr. Calvert, and members of their teams have spent countless hundreds of hours reviewing all of our personnel records to identify which of our teachers who have been employed with us for some time now, particularly those who were employed with us during the years of the recession, who are overdue in receiving restoration steps for those years that they went with little or no cost of living adjustment or a step increase. Additional state and local funding is targeted to increase compensation for these teachers. Also, in consultation with your representatives to the Budget and Finance Committee, this proposed budget also prioritizes restoration steps for our lowest paid employees, specifically for our most experienced bus drivers, nutrition workers, and custodians. In future budgets, or if we're fortunate enough to receive a higher level of funding for next school year from the state, once the Senate and the House reconcile their competing budgets, which at this point stand over $1 million apart from one another. Once we have a clearer picture on our finances for next year, particularly from the state, I'm going to recommend that we prioritize that funding to provide restoration steps for all of our employees. For the other classified instructional and administrative employees that I have not outlined already, until all of our experienced staff members have received their earned restoration steps. I want to thank you for taking the time to read and understand this proposed budget. And at this time, as I alluded to earlier, I'd like to ask Mr. Hagler to come to the podium and walk you through the content of the budget booklet. I look forward to meeting with you again next week on the 17th of March, where I can receive your feedback about my proposed budget and address your questions at that time. Mr. Hagler.
Yes, good evening. I want to just make sure I thank all the instructional staff. I calculate the numbers. They have to guide the money where it goes and where they think it works best. I tell them if it's enough, not enough. So there's a lot of work in the numbers behind this, but the hard work is really where do you direct the money, and that's really the instructional staff, from the executive staff on down to directors and on down to the schools. So I want to say a special thank you to them. For our committee, Mr. Nelms, Dr. Mealy, thank you. And also, I wanted to give a special call out. We had to replace one of my team members, which was a financial analyst who left in December. A new member joined 2 weeks ago, and that member was Will Perot, and he was instrumental in getting this document ready. So I want to just give a shout out to him. Came on board and in 2 weeks kind of jumped in and helped me put this together. So I want to thank him for that. This is a different presentation than we've presented before to board members that have been on the board. If you're brand new, this is the first time you're seeing it, so I'll walk the board members through this. I'm not going to get into a lot of discussion on the numbers. That's really for the work session next week. This is your first look at the budget, so I encourage you to look through it. Please, I encourage you to send emails to me, and I'll disseminate those to who can answer those very quickly, and we'll turn questions around throughout this week, starting tomorrow, and we'll send question and answers back to all the board members as we go through that. That way we can be better prepared for next Thursday as we go into that. So let me talk a little bit about this documentation. The other document that will be posted tonight by the end of the board meeting is this big thing, which gives every single line item. It'll be a second document on our website if you want to look at that. That gives every single line item detailed on the expenditure side. That would have made this book a lot larger, but we summarize it in this book here. I want to call your attention to several pages here as you review this book. There's information about Bedford County on there. There's information about how the budget's built, how our account structure is aligned. And then it kind of gets into what is the board really going to pick up and approve. On page 14, special attention to that. That's really what the board will be voting on as they work through. If there's any amendments, we'll change up the numbers, but you're voting on a budget of $132,629,436 if you look there at the bottom of that chart. So that gives the overall summary for the entire budget, all of our funds that we need to budget: operating, textbook, nutrition, and school maintenance reserve. So that's page 14. I'd pay special attention to that. On page 15 and 16, we gave highlights. What's changed? Some highlights of what's changing in the budget. So instead of going to this big document and looking at every single line item, all the adjustments in the budget, including technical adjustments, are on that page 15. I list those down below in major categories, and also we have some narrative there. On page 16, not everything made it into the budget. There were some needs that were identified and requests that came up to the executive staff. These items on page 16 are not in the proposal in the budget. In future budgets, we'd like to address these. So that's just giving information to the board of things that we want to address in the future. Behind that is a lot of details on grants, more details on revenue to support all of those, all that information. On page 27 is the textbook fund. Typically, we don't pick that one up and do a lot of discussion on that as we're passing the budget. But I've laid out some direction there that we do need to start putting some local money in there to make sure that when we're ready to do adoptions every 5 to 7 years, there's enough money in there. There's not enough money just coming in from the state to sustain all these adoptions. So there's a plan to increase that over the next few years, and $200,000 going into that locally this year, and then stepping up until we can get to that point. In the appendixes behind this, there are 3 that I really want to call your attention to: the salary scales, the health premiums, and the staffing standards. All 3 of those documents, when the board approves the budget, they're really approving all 3 of those too, because those are critical to all the numbers that are in the budget. The staffing standards is how we calculate what staff goes to the schools. The health premiums is what is built into the budget as far as what the board's going to contribute to that, and also the salary scales. As Dr. Bergen was alluding to, with the salary study, those are the scales that would be approved by the board and the HR department would apply to next year. There's additional appendixes there. Average daily membership, that is just really a little snippet of Mark Blankenship's presentation. I think it was back in November or December. Took a little bit of that out of there, not his entire one, just so the public's aware of that. COVID-19, that was a screenshot really of what I presented on our second quarter forecast of how the money's being spent and what money's still out there. And then a brand new document that I came up with to keep everybody's eye on that is the reversion and what's going to happen in 28, 29. And so we need to make sure we pay attention to that. It's not critical for this budget, but as we go forward, we need to know what that shortfall is going to be when reversion ends and the state funding goes back to where our LCI has determined that it should be. So wanted to provide that, just let the board and the community know that we're keeping our eye on that and we have to pay attention. That's the layout of the document. As Dr. Bergen said, I will be posting this once I get back to my seat so the public can access that. And if you have any questions tonight, once again, I'm not going into a lot of the details of the numbers. We'll get into that next week. But if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Questions?
Just want to make sure I understand. So the recommendation is to increase the budget year over year by $14 million.
Yes, sir. A lot of that, I'll just say, probably 9 million of that is really CARES Act funding that we're going to spend down next year, mainly in our maintenance department for HVAC. There's another 2 million set aside in learning loss in the operations department to maintain staffing. So a lot of the money from the CARES Act that we designated for HVAC, we're building into the budget next year and accounting for that. Whether it all gets actually spent next year, if it doesn't, it'll carry over to the next year, but I've accounted for all the remaining funds for that. So that'll be an influx. You'll see a large drop off in the following year.
Is there a page in here that shows me what was removed from the budget?
If you look at page, if you go to page 15, you'll see a revenue side and you'll see an expenditure side. So there are adjustments to the budget based upon technical adjustments, turnover, health participation, and other things, decreases due to lower ADM. Those are adjustments I make to the budget that are really technical in nature, year over year. As far as programs being removed, there was no recommendation to remove any programs in the budget this year. The only add really to the budget is, other than the CARES Act, is for the board to pick up 80% of the increase of the health premiums and the salary study. Those were really the only adds.
Just for clarification, on page 16, I know it says unfunded needs. None of those were truly, these are not included in the budget.
None of those are included in the budget at this point. I wanted to make that clear because if somebody reads that and goes, oh, those are in there, those are not in there right now.
FTE change to the right, what is that?
That means if it came forward that we wanted to add a position, that I'm relating to the board how many FTE positions we're adding. So you'll see the money there, but also full-time equivalent is what the FTE, apologize for the acronym there, but full-time equivalent is what that equals. That's an actual position. And I would say those are not necessarily listed in exact order, though as Dr. Bergen had related, I think the restoration at the top would be the priority of Dr. Bergen and staff if we did receive additional funding. Below that, there's no specific order.
Question, these needs that were presented, did those come just from our staff or where did these requests come from?
We gather information from quite a few places. Superintendent's advisory, certain things we hear about and we ask questions, but a lot of it flows up through the executive staff from other staff below, and so then we bring it to the executive staff and start discussing. So there were other needs that maybe weren't prioritized here or we didn't think should even be on this list at this time, We're really looking at the strategic plan and what are our focus. So these are the ones that kind of the executive staff said, these are things that we should look at in the future, and that whether they stay on there long term or not, but these are the ones that made that cut.
More questions for Mr. Hagler?
I'd just like to say something, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Nelms and I attended several meetings with Mr. Hagler and Dr. Calvert and Dr. Bergen, Mr. Perro, and we really looked at requests made by the members of the board. They were sent an email saying, you know, in a perfect world, what would you like to see? And it ranged from getting outdoor maintenance crews to take care of our schools and remove snow and general appearance, to relieve some of what the custodians have to do, to decompression of the step increases and extending it beyond 30 years, following the salary study, addition of more intervention design specialists and elementary school counselors, and discussing the potential for funding high school students to participate in CVCC. In the order of importance, when we sent the email back to the board, said here's the things that have been proposed so far, what would our order be? Everyone that responded said following the salary study for the all staff and decompressing the steps, and following the salary for the staff, custodians, paraprofessionals, clerical, food service, nurses, things of that nature. So that's kind of where we went, and Thursday we'll hear more about how we're going to actually support those groups. And we talked too a lot about the increases that we were facing that were way out of line. For example, fuel and increased health care was, you know, just shy of $1 million. It was $900,000 for those, to take care of those. So I want everybody to think too that our enrollment may be down, and certainly I would always look to get more people back into our schools. But the number of students we have now is costing us more than the combined total of the students we lost, because the fuel costs are higher, because nutrition costs are higher, because material costs are higher, everything is higher. So I'm just going to pick this number. It's not the number. If you had 9,000 students last year, but you only have 8,500 students this year, then it's still costing us very close to educating the 9,000 because of the costs of everything rising today, as I'm sure all of you are experiencing with gas and food and things like that. So I would like everybody who's listening to keep in mind that our enrollment might be lower, but it's not costing us any less to educate those same children. I also just wanted to thank everybody here who helped with this booklet. Mr. Hagler and Dr. Calvert and Mr. Perro, and this is just, I think, such a good thing for all of us to have. So thank you so much for your work. This is way beyond kind of their job description, but I think as we progress through this and we add to it, it's a narrative to help other people who aren't accountants and CPAs understand our budget a little bit better. And certainly we would welcome any suggestions you might have. If there's something that you feel I don't really understand this, that's our goal, is to have it so that everyone can pick it up and basically understand it. I don't think we can fire Mr. Hagler or anything, you know. We're going to need him to explain those numbers, but hopefully we'll be able to understand what we're doing a little bit better and where money's going and how it's being used by the county. Did you want to add anything, Mr. Nelms?
Just want to add the fact that it was a great experience working with all of you on the budget committee and Dr. Mealy and taking our suggestions and everything. So I think it was a great team effort. I was not expecting something this nice, but it was great. I just want to thank the whole team. I cannot remember the guy's name who...
It's Will Perot.
He was awesome in implementing some new things, being so new to everything. So just want to give a shout out to him as well.
Want to clarify just one comment. I mean, there's a lot there for salaries. but there's a lot of state money for salaries. If you don't give salaries, you're not going to get the state money. So there's a caveat there. So when people say, well, don't do that, do something else, well, then we're going to leave quite a bit of money on the table with the state. And I'll get into more details on that if you have questions on that. And as Dr. Bergen said, there's quite a difference between the House and the Senate right now. When he spoke, there's over $1 million difference. That's $1 million for us, not the entire state. So I think it's roughly about, I would just want to clarify, because when you said $1 million difference, they're about $1.8 million difference between what the Senate recommended and what the House. This budget's based upon the least favorable. It's on the House. So if we get any kind of uptick on that, we'll realize some more revenue from the state. So we're hopeful for that as they're negotiating that in conference, and we'll see what comes from that. And then we would be able to revise this at a later date. Yes, sir.
So Thursday night, will the funds that are going for learning loss be very specific as to what those funds are being used for and how?
There's some of them already designated, but what we have built in there is about $2 million. Are they very specific? That's really designated for the HR department as schools are building their staff and as we see kids come in, where we see the greatest need in schools. For instance, I think it was a consensus of the board, a majority of the board didn't want to see split classrooms, second and third grade together. So if there's a configuration issue in an elementary school, we're going to give additional staff using that CARES money. We don't know where those are going to materialize yet. So as we get into summer and we see those numbers, the HR staff under Dr. Calvert will be allocating those resources out. Whether we use the entire $2 million or not, it's there if they need it. If we don't have to use it, eventually that money's going away. So we have to kind of wean ourselves off of that. So our goal is to, if we don't have to use it all next year, we'll have a little bit left for the following year to deal with some of those. But eventually, after 24, that money's gone. And so it would be my guidance to the board and also our staff that you get used to having an additional 25 staff and you take 25 away in 1 year. That's harder than if you say we had 20 this year, maybe 10 next year, maybe 5 the next year. It's a softer landing and not a cliff. And so, but that money's available for the board if they want to use it in different areas. But that would be my guidance, to try to land it a little bit softer. Did that answer your question, Mr.? Okay.
Question, if we are to get the higher amount, can we then take those funds and go to the unfunded needs and then also put a little bit into the revision fund?
Yes, sir. And that also is contingent on, we are asking the Board of Supervisors for about $1,270,000 more to do this plan. Okay. So this whole thing's contingent on what the state does and also what the Board of Supervisors does also. So those two will have to go together for the final adoption of the budget.
Questions for Mr. Hagler?
Boy, this was almost a work session, so thank you very much.
No, you're really being in the hot seat next week. And thank you, Dr. Bergen. Textbook adoption, Dr. Trosper.
All right, good evening. Got the clicker, okay. In September, members of the instruction team provided updates to the board on the work that had been completed over the summer and set our goals for the upcoming school year. One of the information items that we did share was that we would be undergoing a textbook adoption process. So this evening, I'm going to share information with the board about that process that has taken place over the last few months. So what I will be sharing is, which way am I pointing here? Oh, that helps, doesn't it? Sorry about that. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to talk about what the Virginia Department of Education's review process looks like, because that was the starting place for our process, then the Bedford County adoption process, an overview of what resources we considered, a summary of input that was given by our faculty, staff, families, and others, and finally I'll present the recommendations to the board. So first of all, I want to share an overview of the process that the Department of Education uses to create an approved textbook list. These lists were our starting point for identifying resources to consider throughout this process. All DOE recommended texts go through a very rigorous process to evaluate materials while giving school boards the authority to purchase textbooks in the form of their choosing, and that would be print, electronic, or a combination of both. On the slide, there is a link if you want to review this in greater detail, but I'm just going to summarize what those steps are. So when the process is initiated, the Board of Education approves textbooks for the 4 core subject areas. Evaluation procedures are implemented prior to submission of text to the Board of Education on that first review. And during this process, the DOE invites publishers to submit textbooks for review. As part of that process, they must submit verification of accuracy, and then a committee is formed to review those submitted texts. The textbook criteria used by the review committees has 2 sections. The first is, does it correlate with the standards of learning? And this is where committee members determine the degree to which the content found in the book is correlated in thoroughness and in accuracy to the standards of learning. The next section is about instructional support. And so committee members offer insight into how well the textbook is designed for instructional planning and support for teachers and those that implement the criteria. The next stage is a public examination of materials during public review. The DOE seeks public comment on all textbooks that are recommended for approval. The committee consists of educators and content experts. There's others who are considered to have expertise on this content area, and the standards are selected. And some examples of these might be representatives from community college, institutions of higher education, and other sources of subject matter expertise with graduate degrees in the field. After the recommendations are made by the committee and accepted by the Board of Education, there's a 30-day public examination period. So again, the public is again invited to provide feedback on these texts. And after final approval by the Board of Education, a list of recommended texts are placed on the DOE's website. So those books are posted, and that's something anyone can look at now, and the public can actually continue to provide ongoing feedback to the DOE regarding those inaccuracies if they perceive there are inaccuracies found in those textbooks. So I just want to be clear, that's the process that the books went through before Bedford County reviewed those, and that's how the list was formed, because you'll hear me reference that DOE-approved list tonight. So the next part, I want to share a brief overview of the work that was done, and it was primarily done by our Supervisor of Literacy in Title I, Dr. Diane Eisenhower. She is here tonight, and also by our Supervisor of Science and Computer Science, Mrs. Allison Kapler, and she cannot be here tonight. But the task of selecting, reviewing, and adopting textbooks involved getting input from key stakeholders in and outside of our schools. Their work has paralleled each other throughout the school year. This slide that I have projected shows specific grades and subjects that will be adopting textbooks that we'll be proposing. Please note we are not purchasing AP textbooks or any other special course textbooks for English and science with this adoption. So the Bedford County textbook review process started in September. In that time, a list of potential resources was created. This list, again, was generated from the list that was based on the Department of Education approved resources, based on research that identified the most effective resources for student achievement. In October, the team contacted vendors to obtain initial information that could be used to generate a list of potential resources. A survey was sent to teachers and other staff members that sought input on developing priorities for the textbook selection. In November, survey results were analyzed by the instructional team, and by December, committees were formed for both ELA, which is English Language Arts, and Science. During the initial survey, individuals were asked if they wished to be a part of this textbook selection committee, and then final selection of the committee consisted of, among others, reading specialists, teachers from each zone, including input from administrators and special education teachers. So we tried to have a wide variety from zones and different positions and other factors. Once the committee was formed, they had the opportunity to review recorded presentations and had a chance to look at digital resources provided. They gave feedback, which allowed us to narrow down the list of resources to the top 3 for each grade band. In addition to the work of the committee, a process was created so that teachers could ask questions during the recorded presentation and exploration process. These questions were revisited during live publisher presentations that took place in January. So in January, the committee members participated in these live presentations by each publisher. Prior to these meetings, publishers were given a rubric and a survey results that were given back in September and October. The publishers were asked to focus their presentations on satisfying the top 5 priorities identified by Bedford County staff, so teachers understood how each resource has accomplished this goal. After presentations, committee members were given the opportunity to look at print materials, and they could also ask follow-up questions of publishers. In February and March, committee members continued to review and use materials as it was available to them. To provide one final opportunity for input, an open house was held on March the 1st for teachers, just to give them one more chance. And finally, Bedford County families were invited also to review these resources on February 28th, March the 1st, and March the 2nd, in an open house at the school board office. In April, our recommendations will be brought back to the board as an action item, and in May, Upon approval, our goal would be that teachers receive access to online materials and receive initial trainings so they can begin preparing for implementation in the fall of 2022. Also, over the summer, we would like to train our administrators on how to use these resources and how to utilize data that these resources provide so we can plan our instructional agendas through the school year. Now, I've already explained the Department of Education process, and I've specified the extent to which public input is really sought repeatedly from the DOE. Our team believe even still that the Bedford County family should have an opportunity to review and provide input prior to making this final decision. So what we want to say is that we really do appreciate those that did come to the open house, and we appreciate all the staff, families, and everyone who contributed. They were reviewed, they were considered prior to making these final recommendations. So results of the survey indicated we had top 5 priorities. So the top 5 were, first of all, clear alignment to the Virginia Standards of Learning. The second was inclusion of print and digital resources, and that was a consistent theme from the community and from our staff. We want print in addition to digital resources. The ease of use, ideas for tiered instruction and differentiation, and supports for intervention and remediation. In science, an additional layer of feedback was that teachers wanted more inclusion of labs and hands-on activities. There were also comments on the survey. They indicated that individuals valued in science higher student engagement activities, hands-on activities, and real-world application of scientific comments. In ELA, additional comments again said printed textbooks, tools to monitor plagiarism, and then a common curriculum across grade levels and across the division. So based on that feedback, ELA and science committees narrowed down our final selections to the following resources. In elementary ELA, Benchmark Advance, Houghton Mifflin Hardcore, and McGraw-Hill. For secondary, Houghton Mifflin Hardcore, McGraw-Hill Study Sync, and Savas My Perspectives. In science, it came down to Five Ponds Press, FOSS K-5, and STEM Scopes. For secondary, it was Discovery Education and Savas again, and then McGraw-Hill. So the ELA and science committees have submitted their final recommendations. What I do want you to know is that we believe each of these resources can best support our schools in implementing our action steps from the strategic framework in future school years. Each of these texts will serve as the primary curriculum for students in Bedford County schools for the next 7 years, and they all share the following characteristics. First, they are aligned to the Virginia Standards of Learning. They do provide print and digital resources. There are 2 exceptions, which I will explain in future slides. They have offline syncing capabilities for the digital resources, and what this means is that text can be downloaded, they can be used offline, and then when a student does an assignment at home offline, they can bring it back to school and it would sync with our internet, and they would still get credit for the work. So essentially, not having internet would not inhibit students from completing work on their assignments at home. These books do fully integrate with our Canvas, which is our learning management system, and they integrate cross-curricular concepts. Like, for example, in ELA, they incorporate elements of science and social studies into our reading curriculum. And before sharing the final recommendations, I do want to be clear, we're not just adopting textbooks, physical textbooks. With these texts, we get a variety of resources that support teacher planning and instruction. Once these resources are adopted, our expectation is that schools utilize the curriculum available to them to the fullest extent possible. Our students will be better served when there's implementation with fidelity consistently across our division. So in ELA, we're recommending Benchmark Advance for our K-5 students and Savas My Perspectives for grades 6 through 12. We're recommending Benchmark Advance for K-5 because, number one, it aligns with the science of reading research. And so instructional plans and resources do include the 5 essential components of effective reading instruction: phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. There's explicit phonic instruction with meaningful practice and spiral review. There's built-in benchmark assessments, so there's pre-assessments. After every 3 units, we have benchmark assessments, then an end-of-the-year assessment, so we can monitor student progress. There's a knowledge-based framework within and across all grade levels to allow students to expand their topic knowledge and vocabulary throughout the year. And finally, this does integrate science and social studies content topics in addition to integrating reading and writing skills. We recommended Savas for secondary because they're high-quality diagnostic, formative, summative, and benchmark assessments. They're strategies, suggestions, and learning activities for whole group, small group, and independent learning activities. It encourages student collaboration and ownership of learning by encouraging them to set goals, to have choice, and have reflection activities. This provides resources for fiction, nonfiction, writing, and language mechanics throughout various text types, and also has intervention and enrichment activities to meet student learning needs. So our science final recommendations, we were recommending Five Ponds Press for our K-5 students and Savas again for students in grades 6 through 12. Five Ponds Press we were recommending because, again, the curriculum aligns with the standards of learning. The print editions have engaging visuals, activities, and hands-on activities that are suggested throughout. The presence of grade level reading passages, so that's critical that students are able to engage in the content at their instructional level. Ideas for hands-on activities using common materials, and then access to digital e-text, should they desire to have that. We're recommending Savas in middle and high schools because the curriculum focuses on learning by doing in science. There are digital and print workbooks available. There are class copies of printed student text, but also the digital text has annotating features, read-aloud capabilities, and digital note-taking features. Also hands-on lab activities with commonly used materials, meaning they're materials that could be commonly found in a classroom, easily found in our local stores, not something that would need to be specially ordered. It's more of everyday materials. Quality assessments embedded in videos, embedded virtual labs, and finally built-in resources by Mosaic, which is an ACT company. I did mention we have two exceptions, so I did want to call your attention to our earth science and physics recommendations. We are recommending that discovery education be used in these two courses only because they are Department of Education approved and the Savas resources were not. So we did ask why was Savas not approved in that, and the answer was very simply Savas didn't present their text for approval, and that was the reason. It wasn't rejected, it just wasn't submitted, so that's why it wasn't on the list. Now, the reason I call this to your attention is because Discovery Ed only has digital resources, and so while the print resources are not available, keep in mind these are elective courses, and so students would have the choice of taking that or another science. And while print features are not available, we do believe they are some robust instructional activities embedded. So for example, STEM activities, which is science, technology, engineering, and math concepts, those are embedded as project starters. Learning activities are built around the Virginia Standards of Learning, and they also utilize the 5E model of instruction, which is engage, explore, explain, elaborate, and evaluate. Text accessibility features were positive also. Again, there's level reading passages, so we can take a student's reading level and we can give them passages on that so they can better comprehend and engage in the text. There are assistive technology features like an immersive reader, so that allows students to change font sizes, spacing, colors, font types, and to read text aloud. This is a feature that would be especially helpful for students who might need accommodations, who might have disabilities that would require this. And then finally, there's a language translation. So for those ESL or ELL students, they could also benefit from that. And so because of these features, we do feel comfortable recommending Discovery Ed, again, for only earth science and physics. And the final comment about that, we do have the ability to print should that be an accommodation that is necessary. Now, would not advise printing for every student. That would probably not be the best use of our resources, but there is the ability to print should that be required for an individual student. So just want to conclude, just want to thank Dr. Eisenhower, Mrs. Kapler for their efforts. This was largely the results of their efforts. They've worked very hard. They facilitated the committees. They've coordinated with publishers, committee members. They generated surveys. They've analyzed results. They planned the open house reviews. And it just took a tremendous amount of time and energy. So I do want to thank them. I appreciate their hard work. And so at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions from the board.
Dr. Mealy?
You're fine.
I can hear you fine. Yeah, and that's actually embedded in that. And Dr. Eisner, please feel free to come up and answer questions. But that was part of the discussions for the committee, that all the texts we looked at had phonics and word study instruction. This just seemed to do it better. And it was based on a lot of the research that is out there that we felt like applied that more often than not. Do you want to add to that?
No, I think you covered that. Yeah, and one thing about Benchmark 2, it was developed by Wiley Blevins, who is a well-known author and reading, science of reading guru. So his input was imperative to that whole process of developing that program. So that was another thing that drew us to that.
Okay.
That's the
great,
name
thank
I
you.
couldn't remember. What? Yeah, that's
Wiley.
That's right. Yeah.
Let me just ask a couple other questions, too. The benchmark assessments you're talking about in both the elementary level and the high school level, do you, even at this stage, are you all looking toward collectively looking at scores across the county to use that data, or is it just going to be in school?
So right now, we are using Master Connects, and so we are able to look at scores as a division, but another feature of Benchmark that stood out was it does have division assessment. So we're able to look not only at individual schools, but division. So if somebody were to say, what's third grade looking like in Bedford County, then I could easily say that based on the results. And that was something the other features just didn't really provide as well as Benchmark did. So I'm actually really excited about the assessment that come with it. There's a lot of features, and that is one is a division-wide assessment.
Great feature to have. And I just want to say I really appreciate the fact that they're integrating science and social studies in with the reading and the science. The learn by doing is also another great feature. Thank you.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Hairston.
can you hear me, Dr. Trosper?
I can hear you, yes, ma'am.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you and your team. This is a great presentation, and so thank you for the hard work and efforts here. Quick question regarding the benchmark series here for K-5. Do we have elementary schools using this particular program or some components of it currently?
No, not at this time. Dr. Eisenhower, correct? Yeah, not at this time. And so it is something new. Again, it just stood out to the point where, as the committee continued to look at it, it just really rose to the top as one of the most robust. And again, that included reading specialists, special education teachers. We even tried to include teachers who, not only from around the division, but those that are implementing different reading curriculums right now, just to make sure we had a diverse perspective on it.
Daniels?
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
So all these books and resources have been approved and recommended by the Department of Education?
Correct.
With the new leadership that we have in the state, is there any threat to any of these books and these resources changing? And does that affect decision-making on whether we should make the change or not?
That's a good question. What we found is typically when new standards are adopted by subject, there's a textbook adoption by the state, and so that happens about every 7 years. And so in 2019 and 2020 is when ELA and science were adopted. So if they continue the way they have done that process, it's going to be a while before they were to come back and provide new recommendations. So I would not anticipate any changes unless there's something unforeseen.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelms?
Is there a reason why the response was so low?
The response,
as far as it's only 79 responses and then 70 responses for the ELA. I just thought that number would be a little higher. I was just curious if there was a reason behind that.
I would have to agree with you. We probably would have liked to have seen the responses early on a little bit more than what they were. And what we did was that was one of the reasons we opened back up for open house. And we did have a pretty good response rate at that point where teachers did come out and look. So we tried to give multiple opportunities. We wanted to be transparent with our committee members. Once the initial survey came, the committee members were very much involved, and we hope we're involved with members of their staff that they work with in other schools. So, once we saw that, we did want to try just a few more times to get more response. Absolutely.
Okay, that was my only question.
Questions for Dr. Strasburg?
Okay, thanks.
Next item is 6.04, 2022-2023 Annual Special Education Plan and Funding Applications. Ms. Jennings.
Good evening, Board. So in accordance with the Individuals with Disability Education Improvement Act, IDEA, the regulations governing special education programs for children with disabilities in Virginia, and School Board Policy, IGBA, local school divisions must submit an annual plan and applications for the provision of special education and related services to eligible students with disabilities who reside in the jurisdiction as an agreement for implementing federal and state laws. So that annual plan has been provided for you guys to review for your information. The Special Education Advisory Committee, SEAC, reviewed the plan at their March 3rd, 2022 meeting. When you review the plan, you'll see that the majority of funding does go towards salaries and benefits of our special education staff. We know it takes many people to support our students with disabilities. Other funding is used for materials for students with disabilities, which can include curriculum, equipment, assistive technology, testing materials, and more. We are required to set aside funds for students with disabilities that are homeschooled or parentally placed in private placements. You will see that amount has increased from 2021 and the 21-22 school year as there have been more students who are opting for that placement. Just as a reminder that 611 and 619 funds that are through this annual plan are only to be used for students with disabilities. Do you guys have any questions?
Questions for Ms. Jennings?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we're going to move down to item 11.01, approval for policy updates. Do I have a motion to approve the policy updates presented at the February 10th board meeting? I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Hairston. Any discussion? Call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Ms. Johnson, will you poll the board?
Mr. Daniels?
Nay.
I'm sorry. Ms. Hairston? Mr. Hill?
No.
Mr. Holbrook? Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Dr. Mealy? Yes. Mr. Nelms?
Nay.
Not passed. Do I have a motion for the approval of the bids for the touchless water dispensers?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a motion for the approval of the bids for the touchless water dispensers.
I have a motion by Ms. Hairston. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Okay.
This correctly, my mic's on.
We'll wait for someone to answer it too.
Okay. 40, am I understanding this, 40 units, meaning 40 water coolers, are gonna cost $212,000? That's the bid. So if I'm doing my math right, that's $5,306.17 per water fountain. Is that really as cheap as we can get it?
And that includes full installation as well. So that's the, parts and labor. We advertised these bids, and that is the bid we received from Southern Air, who also had assisted us with a lot of the, the homework on this.
And I figured you were going to say that would include installation, et cetera. But if I go out and look and just pull up commercial water, cheap end, $4.99, I get it. We're, probably want a nicer end, but $1,700, some thousand. Does it really cost $4,000 or $3,500? That's just a concern for me to pay $5,000 for a water fountain.
Understood. I know that several years ago, just as a frame of reference, some of these were installed in our community for between $3,500 and $4,000. To see an increased price, including installation in this economy at this level, yes, it's high, and yes, it's concerning. It did not seem surprising based on that research.
And just, I mean, not that it matters because it's money, but where is this budget coming from? Where's this money coming, what budget?
Mr. Hagler did a great job of soliciting some public feedback when we first received the COVID relief funds. And so this money has been out, kind of set aside, earmarked within those federal funds since receiving that input. And, it's just taken us a little while to do the research and to get the bid documents together and receive this.
Madam Chair. It seems like that would be the price if we got one, not if we were getting 40 of them, in my opinion. That just business, my background would indicate that. The second question I would have is, if we don't spend the money on this, can we reallocate those COVID funds to something else?
Yes, I think so. We have a number of items already written into that ESSER plan, and that plan can be amended, as I understand.
Thank you.
Chair, is there something wrong with the water fountains that we have now?
Nothing's wrong with them. They do get lips mighty close to them when folks use them, and so for a period of time, we didn't even have those open. These dispensers have a water fountain feature as well as a water bottle filler that nothing needs to touch. There's a sensor in the back, and just for encouraging hydration. And it was an item that was mentioned by several groups that Mr. Hagler talked to early on, students, parents, as well as staff. We've begun to see them, you've seen them around in different facilities. We've begun to see them in our newer schools, and it's just a feature that is attractive, not just because they help us hydrate and they work well, but just because they're more sanitary.
Well, don't they still open all the doors with their hands and? You know
Not
what I
with
mean?
their mouth. Not with their mouths, but just with their hands.
We're sitting
Yep.
here looking over budget stuff and.
Understood.
Pinching pennies, and we're.
Yep.
Touchless water fountains just don't seem much of a priority to me.
I guess my only concern, Madam Chair, is if it costs that much to get these installed, what's the maintenance going to be if they break? No sensors can be cheap, I can imagine.
Right.
I mean,
Sure,
the
sure.
sensors might be $3,000 alone, and
Yeah, we've not had, to my knowledge, we've not had big problems with the ones that have been installed in recent years. However, there are filters in them and other upkeep that, that is required, so.
is it cost less to maintain the current ones that we have that aren't broken versus the newer ones?
I haven't done that homework to be able to answer you with certainty, sorry.
What schools are going to be getting these?
All of them. Each school would get at least 2. Our larger schools would have 3 among the 40. Except for, of course, the ones who already have them, like Liberty Middle, where they were built in from the beginning.
Did Forest Middle have them already
Forest
too?
Middle does have them in the new portion, yes.
Questions?
So I just want to make a comment. I mean, I love the concept. The cost is what concerns me. And so my question is there anything that we have going on at Susie G that would allow them to install if we were to purchase the units at a much cheaper rate that allows them to do the work, part of their class? I'm just throwing ideas. So I don't want this to sound as a no, but I truly think $5,300 for a water fountain is a little steep. So
we also can rebid. I don't know that we would receive a different response, but we may.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
by my count, we have at least four board members who are concerned about just not the concept, but the cost. Our water just went out on our farm, and I hired a plumber to come do some work, and my eyes got big at the cost. Super guy, super work. He was passing the cost on to me because there's a choke off in supply, and I think some of this may be related to what we're all experiencing on our farms and our homes. we're fine to withdraw this. I mean, I think it was your question, Chris, do the funds have to be allocated to this? And one of yes. They can go to anything. So if the will of the board is, the timing's wrong because where we are in the economy, we can pull this back. This is your lane. The budget and how we spend our funds is yours. So if I'm not going to speak for any of you, if you want to make a motion that we just pull this off the agenda and that we not consider it this time, I have no qualms with that whatsoever. If you want to go forward, the costs are what they are. We're being transparent with you. We did a public bid and this was the cost. So we accept the bid, we accept the consequences of where we are in this economy so that we install these or we move on. I'm good either way. It's entirely up to this board. Thank you.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I believe that we do have a motion on the floor.
We have a motion and we have a second. Hearing everything and reading that we only had one bid, instead of the motion dying to where we cannot bring it back, I would like to possibly have it rebidded to see if we could get more options and a lower price. I don't know what everyone would think of that. Would that be feasible?
I want to make sure. Yeah, so
It'd be a
if
waste.
there's a substitute motion to
Well, we could withdraw if we get to,
Let's make sure that's what Ms. Harrison, I think Ms. Harrison was trying to drive a point. You have a.
Well, my point is that we have a motion on the floor. I would assume that we would go ahead and go through those procedures and take a
yeah, well,
vote.
we were doing the discussion on the motion in the second now, and if we want to move forward with voting, or if we want to pull it off the floor to see if we want to get more bids.
My opinion would be that we move forward and we can certainly discuss the next option.
One more piece of information that I'll give, if I may, is that because of the federal funds being used, there are stipulations about how those funds are used. One requirement for any labor work done if it's paid for under these funds is that we follow a federal wage requirement called the Davis-Bacon Act. And so it may be that the labor costs are somewhat higher than they might be otherwise if we were using local funds. And that is a cost. It's also part of these HVAC projects that we're doing and anything else we're paying for with COVID relief money.
Dr. Lewis, well, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ms. Johnson, will you poll the board, please?
Mr. Daniels?
No.
Mrs. Hairston?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
No.
Mr. Holbrook?
No.
Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Dr. Mealy? Yes. Mr. Nelms?
No.
Motion does not pass 4-3.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Madam Chair, I'm
Yes,
sorry, I didn't get up fast enough when you were doing the action on the policies. Can I state a question?
Sure.
I've never had it where it was just voted that none of the policies go through. I think we need to go through each one and say why and like what needs to be changed to bring back to the board if you have a problem with them.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I appreciate, Melissa bringing that to our attention. So when we get to superintendent comments, maybe I can deal with it at that time. Melissa, I appreciate the question, but I think I have a way we can address that. Thank you.
Dr. Bergen, it's time for your report.
Well, that was good timing. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
So, you're accustomed to some celebratory comments, and you can see the first one's coming up on the screen, but we're going to just give that applause for just a minute. I'm going to speak off the cuff on just a couple things from tonight. First of all, I appreciate and honor that policy belongs to this board, not to the administration. We consult with our attorney, we consult with the Virginia School Board Association, we consult with VASS, we consult with the organizations that are available to us. We discuss them amongst ourselves, and we bring you our best thinking. When I interviewed with the board a year ago, we talked about forming some new standing committees, and we have made great headway this year. So the Budget and Finance Committee worked very closely with the administration on the development of this budget. The Facilities Committee has met, and we have made, we've had our first meeting to create a 10-year capital improvement plan. Currently has no funding in it, but we know our priorities, and we'll be discussing that in a future meeting with the board. And we have a Legislative Affairs Committee, or an Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, and Mr. Hill is the lone member at this time, and he and I had an opportunity to go to Richmond together and talk with our other local delegates about issues that are important to public education. But we do not have a policy committee, and I would welcome that. The policy belongs to this board. So I was not prepared for, and that's fine, that the majority of the board rejected in whole all of the policies that were brought for information a month ago and were up for adoption tonight. It's absolutely fine. I don't know, off the top of my head, Melissa, I don't know if there's any urgency to any of them that are triggered by change in legislation, that, you know, there's some time essence to them. So I'll go back and review them, and if I feel like any of them are really timely, you know, I'll speak with the board leadership about how we might handle that at the next board meeting. But in the meantime, I'd like for the board to consider and reflect upon forming a policy committee. And as we identify policies that need to be reviewed, they belong to the board. So I would rather we develop those revisions with you and then bring them here, rather than we guess, you know, what we think the board wants us to bring forward. Because we're bringing you our best thinking, and if we're off the mark, that's fine. They belong to you. So, Madam Chair, maybe if we could consider that for further discussion about forming a policy committee. I'm well experienced in this. Other school divisions where I've worked before have always had a policy committee, and I feel confident that I can help lead the board forward in that way. So that's just some comments off the cuff. Also, from my heart tonight, to those who spoke tonight, to our board members, we agree on more things, I believe, of what we seek for our children. I certainly do. I believe a child's first and best teacher is their parent. My two boys, I was their first and best teacher. Those of you who are parents, you're your child's first and best teacher. And our parents should know what we are teaching their children, and they should have input in those decisions. I believe we're completely transparent about that. All of our content is online. All of the resources we use are clickable and linkable online. Our policy has always said if a parent has a concern about an instructional resource that a teacher is using or that a library media specialist has selected for the student body, that the parent can and should advocate for themselves and their child what their concerns are, and we honor that. So I know you appreciate, and I just want our teachers who are here tonight and who are listening, and one of them spoke tonight, and I'm really prompted by those comments. We love our teachers. We love our library media specialists. We value the service they provide for us. They have committed themselves to teaching. I've committed 30 years of my life to loving children, and we would never intentionally harm kids or corrupt our children. We might have some differences about some of the materials that have been selected, and we can talk about that. So the policy that we brought forward tonight, Dr. Woodford, on challenge of materials, I think we're not ready for that. I think we need more discussion with the board. I'd like to bring that to a policy, if we form a policy committee. I'd like to just have more conversation about that. And Marcus, you raised a good point. We have a new governor. We have new leadership in the VDOE. We had lots of legislation that they're still reconciling. And there's more to come. This is a very fluid conversation, so we don't need to rush this. on library books and none of my comments pertain to the adoption of the resources that Dr. Trosper brought with us tonight. I think our thinking is sound on the recommendations that we've made for our elementary and secondary English language arts and for our science adoption. But again, that belongs to you, board members. So it was for information tonight. We have a month to think about it and ask questions. I would appreciate that as you're thinking about those things, we maintain open communication and dialogue between now and the next board meeting. So I'm prepared for any concerns you may have, and we can address them when we're together. So those are my off the cuff comments. But let me get on to celebrating our teachers and our students as we've been doing. Strap in. This is an 18-slide celebration because our kids and our staff have really been rocking it since we were last together. So this first slide up there, if you're not aware, that is in reference to the Raider Challenge. I had the opportunity to go out and attend that Raider Challenge at the National D-Day Memorial. There were 18 teams of JROTC cadets from across Virginia and North Carolina who competed in this meet. It consisted of 6 events, none of which I could do, let me tell you, that tested the mental and physical fitness as well as the problem-solving and teamwork abilities of the 150 cadets that were there at the memorial on a Saturday morning. The Bedford cadets spent weeks planning for the competition, which provided our students opportunity to practice their own organizational and leadership skills, which are, of course, integral parts of the JROTC mission. So many thanks to our JROTC leaders and our cadets for hosting the event and representing Bedford County so well. It has been, is someone advancing the slides for us? We have clicker challenges tonight. Thank you, Dr. Trosper. It has been an awesome season for the Jefferson Forest High School indoor track teams. If you weren't aware, the girls were the Seminole District champions and finished second in Region 4D and second in the state for VHSL 4A. Hannah Pettyjohn and Zoe Lamanna were both crowned state champions. Hannah set a state meet record with her pole vault of, you ready for this, 12 feet 6 inches. That's like 2 of me. Zoe was the top runner as well in the 1,000 meter run and state runner-up in the 1,600 meter run. And on the boys' side, congratulations to Addison Hilton, who was crowned state champion in the 300 meter run. Lastly, congratulations to Coach Ryan Morano, who was named Seminole District Coach of the Year. And we have another accomplished pole vaulter at Liberty High School. Congratulations to Susanna Allen, who was the Region 3C indoor track pole vault champion. And completing the trifecta for indoor track, congratulations to the Stanton River High School boys indoor track team on being the 2022 Blue Ridge District champions and Region 3D runner-up. The team also had a number of individual region champions. Congratulations to the 4x400 meter relay squad of Alfred Finney, Malachi Gregory, Spencer Kearns, and Caden Ryder. And Caden was also the regional champion in the 500 meter run, and Spencer was the top pole vaulter for the region. Now we're going to shift gears over to wrestling. These next several slides, you met these young men and women who had the opportunity to be with us here tonight, but I also would like to again congratulate the amazing dedication and effort that took these young men all the way to the state championship match. JF's Matt Worth, the state runner-up in the 160 weight class. The JF wrestling team had 3 champions and 2 runner-ups in all recently at the Region 4D tournament, and all 9 wrestlers placed in the top 3, which means they've qualified for the VHSL Class 4 state tournament. Congratulations also to the Stanton River High School wrestling team for their 3rd place finish in the Group 3A state championship. The Golden Eagles had 2 state champions in Colin Martin in the 106-pound weight class, and Noah Neininger in the 113-pound weight class. Logan Arnold and Josh Kelly were also state runner-ups in the 145 and 170 weight class, respectively. And the team brought home the school's first ever Region 3D team title. So most deservingly, Coach Scott, is it Fike? Thank you, Josh. Coach Fike, congratulations to you on being named Region 3D Coach of the Year. We saw these young people on the stage here tonight in swimming competition. Congratulations once again to the JF High School swim program for their accomplishments in district, region, and state competition. The boys team was the regional runner-up, with Brendan Whitfield being named Seminole District Swimmer of the Year. And in state competition, the team had a number of runners-up, including the squad of Brendan Whitfield, Max Schoenfelder, Jack Mills, and Ben Hiss in the 200 medley relay. Brendan was also the state runner-up in the 40 free and 100 back. Jack was state runner-up in the 200 free. And congratulations to the squad of Brendan Whitfield, Evan Schoenfelder, Jack Mills, and Evan Shotbull for being crowned state champions in the 400 free relay. All right, let's take it indoors now on the basketball court. The Stanton River Girls basketball team finished the regular season with a school record 21-0 perfect season. They finished their season as the Blue Ridge District champions and were the Region 3D runner-up. Congratulations, Kim Jones, on being named Blue Ridge District Coach of the Year, and Jenny Levine, who was named Blue Ridge District and Region 3D Player of the Year. I'm sure we're going to see that young lady in the WNBA, if she wants to play. She is a talent. Now, it's not just our high school athletes racking up those honors on the basketball court. A big congratulations to these three young boys. Bedford County students Tayden Rhodes from Boonesboro Elementary, Eli Stevens from Liberty Middle, and Kinsley Winterfelt from TJ. These three won the State Elks Hoop Shoot that was held in Waynesboro. All three of them now advance to a regional hoop shoot this coming Saturday in Frederick, Maryland. We wish them nothing but net. Off the athletic field, we also have many students' accomplishments that we want to celebrate. Beginning with this young lady, Liberty High School's Marissa Parreek, who was crowned the VHSL Region 3C Forensics Champion. Marissa then went on to win first place in the Super Region competition in the category of Original Oratory. And speaking of forensic champions, congratulations also to Stanton River High School forensics team, who had two first place regional placements. Yahim Lefwich for prose and Cole Price for impromptu. Yahim also took home first place at the Super Region competition in the category of prose, so he'll be joining Marissa in representing Bedford County at the state competition. We also have, as you're well aware, board members, outstanding performance arts programs throughout the county. We'd like to congratulate 4 Jefferson Forest High School students, Rachel Dees, Bayless Huckabee, Brooke Lee, and Taylor Lowry, who were selected by virtual audition for the All-State Band and Orchestra for their musical talents, playing the bassoon, trombone, violin, and trumpet, respectively. The All-State Band and Orchestra will convene in mid-April at Christopher Newport University for 2 days of intensive rehearsal with world-renowned conductors, followed by a live concert performance on the 23rd of April. And in case you missed it, it was a battle of the champions several weeks ago at Liberty High School, with the Spelling Bee winners from each of our elementary and middle schools coming together for the annual Bedford County Spelling Bee. I'd like to offer my super tall congratulations to Forest Middle School's Graham Woodruff, as he edged out Forest Elementary School's Nafemi Adatona for the honor of being the 2022 BCPS Spelling Bee champion. Graham now moves on to the regional competition. So, Graham, we are rooting for you that you will wind up at the national finals in Washington, D.C. later this year. Board members, you know it's no secret that we have one of the best career and technical education centers in the state, and our Susie G. Gibson Science and Technology students proved that once again in the annual Skills USA competition, which was held several weeks ago in Franklin County. I had an awesome time down there with the Franklin superintendent. We had a chance to see all of our kids compete throughout the day. Congratulations to 6 students who finished in first place: Taylor Wesky in carpentry, William Wood in maintenance and light repair, Kendrick Anwar Jimenez Cervante in refinishing, Jacob Bowden electrical, and both Anthony Utley and Aiden Wertman in building maintenance. These students will now advance to the State Skills USA competition, which is being held in Virginia Beach in April, and if they win there, they will go on to national competition. So congratulations to our CTE instructors and our students for their accomplishments. It's never too early for our students to begin learning about working with their hands and going into workforce development. So we'd like to thank our Susie G. Gibson students for going out and sharing with the students at Stewartsville Elementary School, as pictured here. Students in the Early Childhood Teachers for Tomorrow program, the Building Construction program, students who are studying to be an LPN, and those in cosmetology took time out to visit with the students at Stewartsville to show them the ropes. And the building construction seniors also paid a visit to the students at Forest Middle School so they could share their experiences and knowledge and encourage more students to follow in their footsteps. Our elementary school students have been learning about coding over the last several weeks and months. I had a nice visit last week to Huddleston Elementary School to interact with the students during their hour of code activities. All of the students there in grades kindergarten through 5th grade took part in both unplugged and plugged-in coding activities, and we're so very appreciative of a generous donation from the Stanton Baptist Church as well as the PTA County Council, who helped with the purchase of those coding and robotic resources for the children to help them learn more about problem solving, critical thinking, perseverance, and collaboration. Last week, for us elementary nerds, we love March 2nd, which is National Read Across America Day, otherwise known as Dr. Seuss Day, and I had a chance to get out and read in several classrooms. Our schools throughout the county helped our students to celebrate a love of reading in various ways. For instance, the Stanton River High School National Honor Society students traveled to each of the elementary schools in the River Zone so that they could read with students. Students at Boonesboro and Manita and TJ came dressed to school as their favorite book character. And students at Bedford Primary spent part of their day with an author, Miranda Middleman, who gave them all a signed copy of her Pause and Think books. That's Pause, P-A-W-S, because the main character in her books is Weaver, a rescue dog, who, through his stories, teaches children about the importance of gratitude and other life lessons. And last but not least, I want to welcome, sitting here on my right, Mr. Chris Daniels, who's been appointed to fill the vacant seat for District 7 until a special election is held this November. I had the opportunity to attend his swearing in this morning at the Bedford County Circuit Courtroom, and then we spent a number of hours today so that he could acclimate himself to meeting our senior leadership and drink from a fire hose for about 4 hours. So as Chris, as you shared with the board in your application when you were seeking this position, you're a proud parent of twin boys, a JF, and part of your motivation to serve on this school board is that you've stated and you believe, and I know that you believe, that there is much more that unites us than divides us. I look forward to working with you and forming a strong working relationship with you and all of our board members as we move forward. So congratulations, Chris, on your appointment. Madam Chair, that concludes my superintendent comments.
Thank you, Dr. Bergen. Okay, moving on to 13.01. When we were asking for the liaison to Gov School and all that, we realized that it's come to our attention that we do not have a representative representing the Governor's School STEM Academy. I was wondering if we could so kindly have a volunteer for that.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Hill.
As I shared with you, I'm kind of overbooked on things. Normally, as I've been explaining, this board liaison for Gov STEM Academy goes along with whoever is sitting on the Gov School board. I'm willing to do that. I did speak, well, let me say, if Mr. Daniels would be willing to take the SEAC, Special Education Advisory Committee spot that I have been sitting on, while I've only been able to attend one meeting, because of our schedule. If Mr. Daniels is willing to do that, then I would accept the board liaison for GovSTEM Academy.
Are you willing to do that, Mr. Daniels?
Yes.
Okay, well, problem solved. 13.02, the location for the March 17, 2022 budget work session. I'm fine with us going to our regular meeting room.
Madam Chairman, I just need to let you know that something has come up with me, and I will be out of state, so I can participate by Zoom, but that would be the only way.
You already done your 2 for the year?
Well, one was medical, so that doesn't count.
But let's get back to the location. Where, are y'all fine with the regular meeting room? Okay, and then we'll, okay. 13.03, committee reports. Who wants to start? Okay.
Well, I don't have any updates from the last board meeting regarding the Laurel School. I do anticipate that we will be having a meeting soon, and in which we'll talk about the efficiency study, and I'll come back and share that information with you all. I recently attended the facility committee meeting on February the 24th. I was graciously asked, and without any hesitation from anyone, to serve as the chairman on this committee. And so I am serving as the chairman for the facility committee. And we met Dr. Bergen, Dr. Dewis, and Mark Blankenship, as well as Matt Holbrook. We were all present, and we reviewed a number of documents. We discussed the CIP document, looked at just a PowerPoint presentation regarding capacity concerns, the auditorium study, just a number of different areas there. And so our next meeting is going to be held at Otter River Elementary School on March the 15th. We are going to, the whole ideal for that is to get out there as a committee and take a look at the schools that are on our list where we have some concerns. So being present in those buildings, I think would be beneficial for us. I would encourage board members to please go on board docs. Take a look at the documents that we have regarding the facility committee. And if you have any questions, there's areas that you want to talk about, concerns that you may have, please reach out to either myself or to Mr. Holbrook with any of your questions or concerns, fellow board members. That's all I have regarding committee meetings.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Mm-hmm. Did you have anything?
No, I don't think so, since we talked about the budget.
Okay.
Thank you.
The only thing, we did have GovSchool, Central Virginia Governor School met March 2nd, reviewed the budget, last year's budget, and the go forward budget, and I was voluntold that I would be the vice chair of that board as well, so I did accept that, and will be filling that role as well.
Sounds like y'all just made a really good swap.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more committee reports? Okay, comments and concerns from the school board. Ms. Hairston.
Well, I want to thank all of the committee members for your reports and the time that you've put in to share the information with us this evening. So thank you so very much for those reports. Also, just want to say to Dr. Bergen and the committee and Mr. Hagler for this document here. I am super excited about this, and I know that it took a lot of time and effort and hard work, but to have this document here for us to look at and to review, and for our community to even have access to it, I think is very, very valuable. So thank you all for all of your hard work. Just want to pretty much echo everything that Dr. Bergen has said in terms of recognizing the students and all of their accomplishments. Again, another shout out to Stanton River High School, Kim Jones and her girls and their wonderful season. Just so very proud of them. Also, I'd like to make a request that we be provided. I'd like to be provided with some data regarding our percentage of staff members, teachers who have resigned, those who are retiring, and also just potential openings. I think it's important as we look on in our budget season and for further discussion that we take a close look at what our staffing is going to look like. So I certainly would like to have that information provided to me, and perhaps maybe other board members would like it as well. That's all that I have.
Thank you, Ms. Hairston. Dr. Mealy?
Yes, I once again want to thank Mr. Hagler and Dr. Calvert and their team and Mr. Is it Perot or Perot? Perot? Okay. For all your work on that, on the budget document. I just think it's fantastic, and I think it'll only be better as we move forward, as we refine what we've been working on. So truly, thank you so much for all that hard work. I wanted to also thank Dr. Eisenhower and Dr. Trosper, and I'm sorry, I didn't get the third person.
Ms. Kaplan. Ms. Kaplan.
Kaplan,
Allison
Ms. Kaplan, okay. Thank you so much for all that work on the adoption of the books. Thank you for the detailed explanation of how the BDOE gets there and how you got to where you are. I know that's a lot of work. I've been on those committees, so thank you so much for that. I also want to thank our staff. Last month I specifically reached out to our nurses to say thank you, and this month I'd just like to say thank you to our clerical staff and our secretaries and our bookkeepers, all of our staff especially, because what you do matters every single day, and it makes a difference. Your presence in our schools makes a difference every day to each child, and I know that many people in the community are very grateful for every single person that's in this community and the dedication you have to our students. So please know there are many of us who appreciate you and are grateful. I also wanted to just say that, and this can be to Dr. Dewis, the concerns about running out of fuel, if you could just get some information to us. I am still getting our texts, and it is concerning that we have bus drivers who are saying they're out of fuel, and I know that there were problems during COVID with people being out and then not having drivers, but the company we're using now, I hope that they can be more regular, but if you would just help me understand what's happening there, and you don't have to answer that tonight. Just if you get with me, I would appreciate that. And thank you again to Mr. Edwards. You always make people feel special. We were talking at dinner about your voice. I don't know, maybe you should sell it or something, but everybody just loves your voice. So thank you so much for doing that every week. I think you just make the people feel super special. You have a knack for that. But that was all I had, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Mealy. Mr. Nelms?
Again, just want to say what they said. Thank you to everybody for working on this budget report. It was a great experience, and I know it's not done yet, and we'll get it finished up and get it completed. But I just want to thank Dr. Mealy as well for being patient with me in those late night emails I had to shoot back in a timely manner. I recently took a ride along on a school bus, which was very eye-opening. And this was just, I just wanted to do it just because I wanted to see what was really going on with our bus drivers and what they saw day to day. And what I saw was a lot of respect for our bus drivers, basically from the students, which was really awesome to see. The students were really pumped up, asked me a ton of questions. I hope I answered all of them, but they actually messaged me later on that evening, the school bus driver did, and said they want me to come back and ride again. So I do plan on doing that. I also plan on going over to Susie G. Gibson and taking a look at the programs and seeing what can be done to add some more programs, that have been falling away, just in that nature. Let's see, I'm trying to think, was there anything else I needed to say? I think that was it. And also just wanted to say welcome, Mr. Daniels. Thank you for stepping up.
Thank you, Mr. Nelms. Mr. Holbrook?
Comment.
Okay.
I'm tired.
Well, I just want to echo all the sentiments of everybody for all the hard work that everybody's been putting in. I want to thank everyone that supported me to help me get here, and I'm going to not let you guys down, and I'm going to work hard for people that maybe thought it should have went a different way. I'm going to work just as hard for those people as well. Thank you to the board for being so inviting and accommodating for me and friendly. I really appreciate that. Thanks to everybody at the central office, and thank you, Dr. Bergen. Special thank you to Diana Johnson. She's been inundating me with emails and a lot of information, but I appreciate that. And then Mr. Hagler, we had a great meeting yesterday, and it was great, very eye-opening. So thank you for that. I look forward to working with everyone in the Special Education Committee, and if I can help in any way with budgeting and facilities, I'm kind of wide open. I like to stay busy, so that helps. But yes, I'd be willing to do anything to help everybody here and in the county. Finally, Southside customers, if you're a customer of Southside, you can apply, your student can apply for a $1,000 college or trade scholarship by April 18th. It's awarded in the spring, and they're a big company, but they've given since 2016 $130,000 out in grants, so 114 grants. So if you're a customer, you can go on their website and apply. So $1,000 can go a long way. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Mr. Hill?
All right, welcome, Mr. Daniels. You've heard that 100 times. I wanted to say it again. I do echo the concern about the bus fuel. It's not the first time we've heard it. I know we've had some tank issues, whatever, but I would like to understand more about what we can do to make sure we're not driving across town or across the mountain to get fuel. To the staff, Karen looks up and says, "Oh, Lord." I want you guys to know, I do really appreciate everything you do. I know it appears when I'm up here asking questions that, I'm trying to prove you wrong, or I'm just trying to dig and understand. So the public who's listening, they understand that we're asking questions and what those responses are. I know I speak with each of you individually, probably too much. But I do appreciate the work that's being done by our staff. So I do not want it to come across as I disrespect you or I don't appreciate you. That is furthest from the truth. But I am going to ask the questions. Sometimes they're easy, sometimes they're hard, sometimes you're not going to like them, sometimes I don't like them, but they need to be asked. So I want to make that public, that I do appreciate our staff. I appreciate everything you guys do. I'm not going to stop asking questions, but I did want you to know that. So thank you. CNN 10. I want to know, I've asked this question multiple times, and I've always been told it's not shown in our schools. I am getting mixed reports, and so I want confirmation if it is or if it isn't being shown in our schools. CNN 10. Dr. Bergen, I know you made the comment, you guys never intentionally plan on harming children. That was never the intention for it to come across as we were accusing you of that. So that was never said that I heard. So I just want to be very clear that was not the intention. I like facts versus emotions. And so not sure how that come across that we were accusing anyone of intentionally hurting children, But again, I think it goes back to the questions that we need to understand. What are we doing in our schools? So those questions are going to continue. And so, never come across as, intentionally trying to say that anybody in our division is intentionally harming children. So I wanted to make sure I cleared that up. Letter from VAS, and for those that don't know, Virginia Association of School Superintendent, there was a letter sent today, which several received copies of, that are some concerns. That the letter was written directly to the new state superintendent, basically condemning some of the things that the new state superintendent is doing. I would recommend you go find that letter and read it so you understand what our new state superintendent is up against, and some of the changes that are going to be taking place at the VDOE, and just you need to educate yourself so you understand what's taking place in the background. I usually don't like to call out a separate group, but I have to give Kim Jones and that Stanton River High School girls group a shout out. Those girls are special to me, to my family. We love Kim and Greg, and I just, you have to give credit where credit is due, and they have poured into those girls, and those girls are special. I don't know if you did not get a chance to go watch them play, you missed out. But I have to say congratulations to that group. Very special. Didn't get the outcome that they wanted this year, but they certainly worked their butts off, and I'm proud of every one of them. So, last thing, and I promise, Mr. Holcomb, I'll be quiet. I know you're tired. I want to give a shout out to Forest Middle School. We are going to have an open house, our 15 days to curve the whatever is over. And so we're actually going to have people come in and see our new facility, our renovation, addition, whatever you want to call it. That is Thursday, March 24th from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. So I want to encourage anybody and everybody from Bedford County to come see that facility. It's a nice place. And it's exciting things happening. I was actually there last Friday, went by to see some smiling faces, which, by the way, based on what our teachers told me, the morale went up about 100% within a 24-hour time period. So that was awesome. So anyway, Forest Middle School open house Thursday, March 24th from 4:30 to 6:30. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm putting it on my calendar now, actually. Okay. We had said something about doing town halls, and we talked about possibly starting them the first Saturday in April, which will put us at April the 2nd, and this will be our last meeting prior to that. Is this something we want to do still? So we can have 2 board members. Can we still use a facility at Stanton River? Your turn.
I've got a green light. I really do. We're going to need Mike up here. So, do we know if that date works to be checked this week?
I have not, but I will.
Yep. If it works too, are there 2 people that would want to go? Mr. Nelms? And I'll go with you. Okay, those dates work.
Madam Chair, I'll just speak. I think Diana was sending me a message by osmosis. So as long as it's just 2 board members, then it's a town hall and it's a conversation.
Town hall, and that's it.
If a third wants to wander in, then we're going to have to post and advertise and treat it as
Right.
a school board meeting. So I appreciate just the 2 attending.
So that's why I'm saying Mr. Nelms and I will be there.
Thank you, ma'am.
At Stanton River, if you can just figure out a little place where we can meet, whether the cafeteria, library, or a really large broom closet, Welcome, Mr. Daniels. I'm the last one to tell you, but I really enjoyed hearing the Job Corps presentation tonight. It's always good to hear that there is training out there for the kids to carry on and to be able to make a lucrative career, no matter what the circumstances are. And lastly, I want to extend my sympathies to the family of Judith Bird Wolcott. Ms. Wolcott was a beloved guidance counselor at Liberty High School for 32 years. Whenever you saw her in the hallways, she always had a smile on your face, and she always just, it lifted you up being in her presence. And I was honored and privileged to know her. And I want to extend my sympathies to her family during this hard time. Yes, okay, court with Mr. Nelms will do a moment of silence for Ms. Wolcott. Thank you all very much. I know that would mean a lot to her family. And with that being the last thing I have to say, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Holbrook. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned.